Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 396, Arrival of the Potion. In the Sky Farm, Zhou was still waiting anxiously, looking at his watch from time to time. It was almost time for the guests to arrive. Why was this woman so slow in doing things? He couldn't help but complain about Nikki in his heart. Zhou was comforting Zhou and patted him on the shoulder. But Zhou was not as anxious as imagined. He could even joke with her and said that, if she didn't mind, she could just be his female companion today. As a result, he patted Zhou a few times and said that he would find one for himself. Her job responsibilities did not include being a female companion. He could only smile helplessly and turn to see where his little babysitter was. Although Miko was a little short, her plump breasts were still worthy of praise. Inviting her to be a temporary female companion was still very attractive. Sisters, I think we have arrived at the Sky Farm. Nikki, go meet your little lover. Paris said to her sister teasingly, with a smile on her face, which made her white and tender breasts tremble a few times. Nikki had already seen the farm. After the car drove for a while, it arrived at the first checkpoint. There were several strong men standing here. There was also a private place erected next to it. Do not enter without permission, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Paris looked at several security personnel and threw a wink at a handsome man, but he still stood there unmoved. Another person picked up the communicator and reported to the inside where the people who came had arrived and how many people there were in total, so that the people inside could be prepared to welcome them. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Paris continued to drive her car and drove to the gate of the farm soon. There were only 3 or 2 cars parked there. Nikki knew that she was not late at a glance. After the security personnel arranged Paris' parking space, Raymond took the invitation letter handed over by Nikki, as well as the invitation cards in the hands of Paris and Olivia. He nodded, and a little smile appeared on his dark face. Well, I wish you a happy day, beautiful ladies. Thank you, strong man. Paris Hilton flirted with Raymond again, and then walked towards the environmentally friendly golf cart with a sweet smile. The 2 women were also suppressed by this woman's aura at this time, but they were not inferior to her, just not as coquettish or dissolute as her. Well, Nikki is thinking about meeting your little baby soon, so you don't need to worry. Paris looked around the environment in the farm. This place looks really great, with lakes, grasslands, mountains, rivers, and forests, and it looks like it is worth a lot of money. Wow, this place looks great. Nikki, is this all his? Do you know how big it is? Pax asked his sister. To be honest, she was a little jealous of her sister for being able to hook up with such a man. She had heard that this man was now a member of the board of directors of Apple. My god, think about it, being a member of the board of directors of a world-renowned company at such a young age. This looks really great. Of course, owning a lot of Apple stock is also a reason. And this farm, when Paris came in, she felt that this place really looked quite large. When on vacation, if you can have such a large private territory and such a large private lake, it makes people excited just thinking about it. Well, this is one of the largest private farms in California, with more than 250,000 acres of land. It includes villas, forest lakes, and a lot of water rights. This is a large mixed farm. Jess said that they can be self-sufficient and have a lot of surplus every year, especially since he has recently increased his investment, and this year he may be able to achieve a profit of over 100 million. Nikki was also a little proud, but now she said to her sister lightly, "Oh my god." Paris looked at Nikki with a little shock. I don't know if I was shocked by the size of the farm or the potential profitability of the farm. Can there be so many? I don't know. Jess said that there may not be too many this year, but next year, after they use the new nutritional formula and the cattle they breed are put into the market, he said that he will be able to get a high profit. Now they are negotiating with several 5-star hotels. Nikki continued, being able to show off the achievements of catching men to her sister. This feeling is really good. No wonder this slut always likes to show off in the past. It turns out that it feels really good. Nikki looked at her sister Paris, secretly proud in her heart. This little slut is only showing off to me. Paris also felt her sister's heart at this time, but she didn't say it. Not to mention that they are sisters. There is no need to quarrel about this matter, just say that she has done a lot of this before. Hey, Nikki, this way. Zhou voice in the distance suddenly interrupted the two people. Oh, it should be three people. Olivia was completely transparent in front of the two people. When Nikki heard Jay Chou's voice, she immediately asked the driver to stop, then got out of the car and walked quickly towards him despite the fact that she was still wearing high heels. The two hugged each other as soon as they met, and Nikki didn't wait for Jay Chou to say anything. She said, "Sorry, baby, the car broke down on the road. It was really a ghost. Fortunately, I'm not late yet." Jay Chou felt the surge in his chest and looked down at Nikki, who was wearing a white low-cut evening dress. Looking at the two big white rabbits that were squeezed more prominently, he was stunned for a moment and then came back to his senses. "Although I'm waiting very anxiously, as long as honey, you are here, this little bit of waiting is nothing." Jay Chou hugged Nikki again and kissed his lips painted with pink lipstick. "It tastes really good, strawberry flavor." After Jay Chou kissed, he licked the lipstick brought from Nikki quite deliberately. "I like it too. Let's try it more when we have time." Nikki didn't look embarrassed. She smiled softly at Jay Chou and said this. Fortunately, the two knew that this occasion was obviously not suitable for talking about this. There was not much time for them to continue talking. Nikki's sister Paris and Olivia also came over. "Hey, Paris, although I haven't seen you for a while, you still look so amazing. It's really beautiful. You look really great today." Jay Chou is getting better and better at praising women. Looking at Paris in an evening dress, especially the evening dress completely outlines her beautiful figure. It really makes people feel that she is a woman with noble temperament, but it also makes people feel full of lust. Paris asked Jay Chou to kiss her face. "Haha, just didn't expect your mouth to be really sweeter and sweeter." She said this in Jay Chou's ear, but she suddenly thought of something and blew a breath gently in Jay Chou's ear, and the meaning was very intriguing. In front of Nikki, Jay Zhou pretended not to know and continued to greet the other girl. "Hello, beautiful girl, may I have the honor of meeting you, Olivia?" The girl smiled and stretched out her hand. "Haha, what a good name." Jay Zhou saw her hand stretched out and kissed her hand. "I know you, Jess Zhou, you look much more handsome in person than in Nikki's photo." Olivia chuckled and said to Jay Zhou, "Thank you for the compliment, beautiful lady." Jay Zhou could only greet two people at this time. Zhou was already greeting from a distance, and he was gesturing at his watch from time to time. Zhou could only smile helplessly. "It seems that I can't talk to you more. My task today seems to be quite heavy." The two women also smiled. "We know that you are busy." "Haha, indeed. There are many delicious foods over there. You can try them. Don't worry about obesity. After eating these, we also have a special soup that can quickly help you eliminate the calories you eat. So eat with confidence. This thing is only available for ladies today." Zhou pointed to the food area and said to them, "What Zhou said is true, but it is just a folk remedy. I saw it in a medical book. It was originally said that it was for the ladies in the harem to drink. It can make the ladies no longer endure the need to maintain their figure and go hungry all the time." It is said that this folk remedy was quite popular in Yangzhou, the ancient celestial empire, but it was very famous among the brothels. The girls from each family also like to have a bowl after a meal as a digestion. Who said they are famous for the Yangzhou skinny horses? The main brand is the thin waist, but the other parts can't be thin, otherwise it won't feel good to the touch. Zhou doesn't know whether it is true or false, but he will use it first and then tell. Anyway, Chinese medicine has an advantage, that is, as long as it is a normal plant medicine, even if it can't cure people, it will definitely not kill people. And this prescription is a folk prescription that he has improved. At least it tastes really good. He doesn't know how effective it is. When testing it in the space, he thinks it still has a little effect. But he doesn't really need this in his body. Anyway, he can digest it well, no matter how much he eats. After practicing martial arts until now, He needs to consume a lot of nutrients every day. But saying it out loud can also make women feel at ease, right? Update quickly. Pure Text Chapter 397. Visitors. After Zhou chatted with Paris and Olivia for a few words, he took Nikki Hilton away first. They had other guests to receive. Zhou looked at Nikki, who came over. She smiled at him and exchanged a few words. She immediately entered the working state. She then looked at her watch and said to Zhou, according to the report of the security personnel outside, the first batch of guests will arrive in 5 minutes. You should get ready quickly. Well, I know. Zhou nodded to show that he understood and then raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a very attractive smile. He practiced this smile many times in front of the mirror. Now the smile is still very charming. The people who came took out the invitation letter and invitation card at the gate. Raymond, who was guarding the gate, nodded to indicate that he could let them in after seeing that there was no problem. And he also politely gave a blessing. The Chinese family who came also felt very good. They nodded to Raymond and walked in with his wife and son. The golf carts on standby also drove over to take them to the meeting area of the farm. Son, this is the farm of your Chinese friend Jess Zhou. It looks really good. It's big, spacious, and impressive. However, if it were me, I would have been beaten up and had my land divided among the rich in China, said a pot-bellied Asian man in his 40s to his son and wife. However, his wife is from the United States and his son has been in the United States for a long time, so they still can't experience the passion and helplessness of his generation. So they can only hold their husband's hand to comfort him. That's all in the past, dear. The wife comforted her husband. I usually see you make friends with bad people, but you finally make some progress and know how to make some useful friends. Daddy, those are my friends. The young man said solemnly. Okay, this is your path. I'm just giving you some advice. As for the decision, you have to experience it slowly by yourself. After the two of them talked for a few words, the car arrived at the venue. Jay Chou, Nikki and Zhou were already there. As the first guest to arrive, he should be more enthusiastic. Hey, Jack, I didn't expect you to be the fastest. Jay Chou walked over and hugged the mixed-race young man. I didn't expect that I was the fastest, Jack said with a little surprise and looked at Nikki next to Jay Chou. Look at me, I forgot to introduce them. This is my female companion, Nikki Hilton, and the one next to her is my indispensable assistant, and also one of my sisters, Zhou. Jay Chou introduced the two people, but I don't know if the wording is right. Anyway, some things are not said too clearly. This is my friend Jack Qiu. Hello, ma'am. Hello. Several people got to know each other. This is my father, and that is my mother. Jack also introduced the people on his side so that everyone can get familiar with them. However, the two elders came, so Zhou had to be polite. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qiu and Mrs. Qiu. Mr. Qiu had observed Zhou when he came with his eyes, and Zhou was still a rich man. In this realistic capitalist society, he still had a good impression of the man in front of him. Mr. Zhou is too polite. I have been fascinated by you for a long time. Now that I see you in person, it seems that you are much better than I imagined. Qiu Jix's father, Qiu Zhang, nodded to Zhou and said in Chinese. However, it can be heard that his accent is heavier in his words. Zhou knew that he was from his hometown. Mr. Qiu is too kind. I didn't expect Mr. Qiu to be from Fujian province. It's fate to meet someone from my hometown overseas. Zhou also spoke the Chinese dialect at this time. He didn't pursue a standard accent in his words, but spoke in his hometown accent. Haha. I didn't expect Mr. Qiu to be from Fujian province. What a pleasure to meet you. Although he, an old immigrant, has met many people from his hometown, it is inevitable that he will feel closer after knowing that they are from the same hometown. The two of them immediately started chatting, forgetting Jack, Nikki and others beside them. However, one is the father of the other person, and the other does not mind Zhou behavior, so they didn't say anything. However, Qiu Zhang knew that the other person was still busy at this time. So he ended the conversation after chatting for a few words, and there was no mention of fragrance in his words. Zhao Jixi didn't think that this kind of businessman came just for watermelon. In addition, looking at the spirit and face of this person, he recognized it at once. This is a sign of using fragrance. However, since the other person didn't ask now, but played the hometown card, Zhao Jixi didn't care. Although he didn't want to ship that thing on a large scale, but it was already planned to circulate it in a small range. However, how much each person bought and who bought it again were kept confidential. In this way, no one can know from him how much goods Zhao Jixi has sold. Not only can he get tax concessions, but he can also keep the market hungry and keep a low profile. He can still use the minimum shipment volume to ensure the highest profit margin of the fragrance. This young man is very good. Jack, you should communicate with him more. Maybe you can get a lot. Qiu Xiangqiang didn't say anything about learning from Zhao Jixi. His own children are not bad, but there are some things that he didn't think about carefully. Communicating with Zhao Jixi can be regarded as mutual communication, and the child is comfortable to hear these words. I think so too. Jack Qiu didn't object to his father's words, but he didn't know if what he said was the same as what his father said. The posture that Jess said last time can indeed increase endurance, but didn't he say that there is another action that can make people come more times in one night? It seems that he needs to communicate with him. I just don't know whether I should tell my dad about this. Well, it's worth considering. After the first one walked in, more people came in one after another. Zhao Jixi also went over to greet some people, some of whom he didn't know. Everyone also exchanged a few words, which also laid the groundwork for future solidity. And everyone had the same idea, so this matter was done very smoothly. Everyone was also a person of status. Those who could appear in this occasion were also mixed well. They were either directors of listed companies, company executives, or lawyers. The most important thing was that politicians would definitely come to this event. At least the two California senators who knew Zhao Jixi, as well as several state legislators, also came. In addition, many Democrats also came here. Democrats still have a good impression of Zhao Jixi, who has entered the board of directors of Apple. Because Zhao Jixi is obviously also pro-democratic, this also makes many Democrats want to Zhao Jixi. This new rich man can't miss the opportunity to make friends. He is young, rich, and pro-democratic. Especially in the Chinese circle, he has good connections. Look at the people who came here. There are many Chinese who were born and raised in California. Either the whole family came, or the sons or daughters came. Zhao Jixi also had a good chat, and the relationship seemed very harmonious. The proportion of Chinese Americans in California is getting bigger and bigger. For these Chinese who have votes, a large part of them do not come out to vote to express their political opinions. This is really a big waste for these politicians. Of course, it is also a good opportunity. Everyone wants to open up wasteland, and although it is hard to open up wasteland, it is not the most to get. Zhao Jixi has connections in the Chinese circle, and he also has money. He has his support and helps to influence some Chinese tycoons. This is a fertile land. As long as it is developed, it will benefit the poor. Zhao Jixi also enjoyed chatting with several government personnel. For people who lacked attention in their previous lives, it is really good to be regarded as the center of the world. Of course, others don't know, at least Zhao Jixi really enjoys it. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with a few guests, Zhao Ji reminded them that Apple's Jobs family had also arrived, and had already come in by golf cart. Zhao Jixi also knew what was important, and apologized to a few people. Amid their voices of it's alright, Zhao Jixi took Nikki to greet Steve Jobs and his family. Steve, welcome to your place. Zhao Jixi gave a hug to Jobs, who still had a huge frame, but not much muscle. Then, one of them, Helen, gave him a kiss on the cheek. Helen, you are really beautiful today. Thank you, Jess. Helen smiled. This is my son Reed Jobs. Helen touched the back of the young man next to her, and said to Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi looked at the young man. It seemed that in his previous life, after Steve's death, this boy was determined to study medicine, and become an excellent oncologist. Hello, buddy. Hello, Zhao. I have always wanted to meet you, so I specially asked my father to bring me here, Reed said to Zhao Jixi. Oh. Why? Zhou Jixi asked with some doubt. I want to thank you personally, as a man of the Jobs family and my father's son. Thank you for making my father's body feel much better. Now he is much better every day than before. Reed said a little excitedly, as if he touched on something, but it can be seen that he loves his father Steve Jobs very much. Okay man, Steve is also my friend. I just did what I could. Zhou Jixi patted his shoulder comfortingly. Update fast pure text chapter 398. Is the Golden State Warriors for sale? After chatting with the slightly excited Jobs family for a few words, Zhou Jixi knew that he couldn't stay here to greet them all the time. Steve Jobs agreed with Zhou Jixi to get together and chat when they were free. Helen invited Zhou Jixi to attend their family dinner, and he readily agreed, as this was an activity that could increase private friendship. After that, many people came and went, and the venue seemed to be a little popular at this time. Zhou Jixi nodded secretly. Fortunately, the crowd was not as sparse as he thought. Jess, that's Chris Cohan. I need you to go over and greet him. Zhou looked at a man with slightly grey hair who was about to get off the eco-friendly car, and after recognizing this man, he said to Zhou Jixi, "Oh." Zhou Jixi looked at the position in surprise, nodded and said, "I didn't expect that this old guy would come too. I haven't dealt with him during this period of time, since I came to the United States. Harvey, he is said to be a difficult guy to deal with. What do you think of his last proposal?" Zhou said to Zhou Jixi. "Golden State Warriors? Yeah." Zhou nodded. "The price offered by Larry Ellison of Oracle is not low. You can indeed consider it." Zhou said again. 20%? Zhou Jixi turned his head and looked at Zhou. "More than 80 million is indeed very tempting, but I really don't need this money," he said lightly. Nikki was a little confused about what the two were talking about, but it sounded like Jess had some relationship with that basketball team. But this was obviously not the time to ask this. After saying that, Jay Chow took Jenny and walked towards Chris Cohan. When he saw that she was looking at him, he smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Cohan, welcome." Cohan smiled at Jay Chow in a very cultured way. "Haha. After such a long time, it's really not easy to meet Mr. Zhou." He meant that Jay Chow had never been to the Warriors. As a small owner of the Warriors, although he didn't care about things, he couldn't not go once, right? The most important thing was that sometimes, when he went to find Jay Chow, he couldn't find him. He either flew to South Korea or ran to China. What kind of thing is this? Why is it so difficult to meet a partner? In addition, he was also interested in selling the Warriors recently, but as a small owner with 20% of the shares, Jay Chow never showed up. This was too irresponsible. It also made it impossible for him to reach an agreement with the representatives of several interested buyers of all the shares of the Golden State team on the issue of selling the team. No way. There are always more things to do. Young people always have to work harder. Zhou Jixi said with a lot of nonsense. Anyway, who knows what he said? Could this person be so bored that he would hire a private detective to check what he does every day? Chris Cohan nodded. "Have you read the last email?" "Yeah." Zhou Jixi nodded. "I think it is necessary for us to reach a consensus, which is also beneficial to our common interests. What do you think?" Cohan said. "I have also seen the few quotes you sent. The price given by Mr. Ellison of Oracle is indeed good, and the price given by Rukab and Peter Gubo's team is also very sincere. However, Mr. Cohan, have you made a decision?" Zhou Jixi thought for a while and said to him. Chris Cohan was silent for a while. After he took over the Warriors in these years, he created a record of not making the playoffs for 12 consecutive years. That is, in 2007, the Warriors relied on the gangster-style run and gun style of play, not only making it to the playoffs, but also eliminating the Mavericks, who had the best record in the league at the time, in the first round. This is the best result after he took over the Warriors in these years. If they can keep that lineup, the Warriors may be able to give people a bigger surprise. But he first let go of scorer Jason Richardson in 2007, and then in the summer of 2008, he did not retain the core player Baron Davis, so that the Warriors' strength was greatly reduced, and became a short-lived team in the league. In the final analysis, the Warriors lacked big-name stars, and could only rely on young guys like Monte Ellis to control the team. The problem is that he did not spend less money, but the results were not achieved at all. This thing is really meaningless. This team is obviously not as emotional as US dollars. It just so happened that several team changes in recent years also made him think of selling the team. After the news was released, it also received good results. First, the CEO of Oracle was interested in buying, and then several companies or individuals wanted to buy. This also made him determined to sell the Warriors, but all the shares of the team were not in his hands. The gesture in front of him inherited all of Bachen's shares in the Warriors. He also wanted to ask this person. He didn't know whether Zhou planned to sell his shares. You know, these people now want the whole team. So this time Zhou held an auction, and of course he came here after receiving the invitation. Although Kohan likes US dollars, he hasn't seen US dollars yet, so his expression is a little bitter at this time. I have planned to sell my shares, but now is obviously a good time to wait and see. So I have to wait a little longer. The most important thing is you. As I said, we can talk when we have time. At least we can reach a consensus on the opinions, which will be conducive to negotiating the price. Zhou also nodded. The buyer is not a fool. You have shares in your hands, but you don't want to continue to invest money in it. Then no matter how well his family does, they will still give you an advantage. This is something that cannot be negotiated at all, and they are not short of money. Okay, Mr. Kohan, I think we can make another appointment and talk about it. Zhou shook hands with Chris Kohan again and sent the two in. It was then that Nikki realized that Zhou actually had shares in a basketball team. Honey, do you like basketball too? Not bad. Zhou said, but it was indeed not bad. In his previous life, Zhou was a fake fan, whether it was basketball or football, or table tennis or tennis. I can't say I like it very much, but it's something to talk about with people. And I liked these things when I was in school. But later, when I became a stay-at-home, I liked romantic action movies more. As for sports, I really didn't like them very much. It's not an exaggeration to say that sports are a torture for Oticus. But in his heart, he also wanted to have a team. He played Football Manager, and if he bought an NBA basketball team, plus his Asian identity, it would definitely be a very showy thing. But this matter is still hidden in his heart. He is short of money, really short of money. This is a very meaningful sport. I like it very much. Zhou added another sentence to Nikki. Only men who like sports can be so passionate. Erupt like a volcano. Nikki said something very informative to Zhou in a seductive way. He also looked at Zhou's lower body. Zhou also saw Nikki's look, and the little brother couldn't help but get excited. Wait for me, I'll let you enjoy the dunk of basketball. I believe you will enjoy it very much, he said, and he also put his arm around Nikki's waist and pinched the waist meat. I'm waiting for you, honey. Nikki smiled charmingly and kissed Zhou with her pink lips. There were already many guests, and Huang Darling's family also came to the farm. Zhou also went over to say hello enthusiastically, and Huang Darling's father, Huang Sangxing, couldn't help but look at Zhou in surprise. He didn't expect that the person who could make that kind of magical fragrance was such a young guy. Zhou and Huang Darling are friends, so his father is of course Zhou's elder. He also regarded himself as a junior and greeted the two old men very well. Huang Darling also felt that he had a lot of face in front of his father. Look, you are taking advantage of me, your son, otherwise my friend would not give you this treatment. The proud Huang Darling almost got carried away. If Huang Sangxing didn't think it was inappropriate to teach his son a lesson here, he would have to have a good talk with him. It was not until Zhou Jixi secretly pulled him while watching the funny famous song that Huang Darling saw the look in Huang Sangxing's eyes that he immediately got an idea. He quickly flattered him to make up for it. Otherwise, the old man might talk to him for a long time, and he didn't want to listen to his father's nagging at such an old age. It was not until the two old men entered the venue first that Huang Darling felt much more comfortable. Pulling Zhou Jixi, he said, "Why are you so attentive? I'm a little too proud of myself." Should I say too proud of myself? Yeah. Zhou Jixi nodded. This Chinese idiom can be used here. Huang Darling said with a little pride. Well, it seems that the Chinese cram school I have been attending recently has a really good effect. Women are really the driving force of men. Zhao Jixi glanced at him and said, "How is that, teacher?" "Yeah, it's great. From the shoe cabinet to the living room, to the room and the balcony. Almost every place in the house has our mark. That woman is so crazy that she almost squeezed her dry." The two of them obviously like to talk more about women. Zhao Jixi even asked Nikki to help greet the guests, and he talked to Huang Darling together. After chatting for a while, Huang Darling said, "I'm really unlucky this time. The old man liked the incense you gave me very much, so he only left me a few, and put the rest into his pocket." Chapter 399, Arsenal's Cronk and Watermelon. After chatting with the slightly excited Jobs family for a few words, Zhao Jixi knew that he couldn't stay here to greet them all the time. Steve Jobs agreed with Zhao Jixi to get together and chat when they were free. Helen invited Zhao Jixi to attend their family dinner, and he readily agreed, as this was an activity that could increase private friendship. After that, many people came and went, and the venue seemed to be a little popular at this time. Zhao Jixi nodded secretly. Fortunately, the crowd was not as sparse as he thought. "Jess, that's Chris Cohan. I need you to go over and greet him." Zhao Ji looked at a man with slightly grey hair who was about to get off the eco-friendly car, and after recognizing this man, he said to Zhao Jixi, "Oh." Zhao Jixi looked at the position in surprise, nodded and said, "I didn't expect that this old guy would come too. I haven't dealt with him during this period of time, since I came to the United States. Harvey, he is said to be a difficult guy to deal with. What do you think of his last proposal?" Zhao Ji said to Zhao Jixi. "Golden State Warriors?" "Yeah." Zhao Ji nodded. "The price offered by Larry Ellison of Oracle is not low. You can indeed consider it." Zhao Ji said again. 20%? Zhao Jixi turned his head and looked at Zhao Ji. "More than 80 million is indeed very tempting, but I really don't need this money," he said lightly. Nikki was a little confused about what the two were talking about, but it sounded like Jess had some relationship with that basketball team. But this was obviously not the time to ask this. After saying that, Jay Chow took Jenny and walked towards Chris Cohan. When he saw that she was looking at him, he smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Cohan, welcome." Cohan smiled at Jay Chow in a very cultured way. "Haha. After such a long time, it's really not easy to meet Mr. Zhao." He meant that Jay Chow had never been to the Warriors. As a small owner of the Warriors, although he didn't care about things, he couldn't not go once, right? The most important thing was that sometimes, when he went to find Jay Chow, he couldn't find him. He either flew to South Korea or ran to China. What kind of thing is this? Why is it so difficult to meet a partner? In addition, he was also interested in selling the Warriors recently, but as a small owner with 20% of the shares, Jay Chow never showed up. This was too irresponsible. It also made it impossible for him to reach an agreement with the representatives of several interested buyers of all the shares of the Golden State team on the issue of selling the team. No way. There are always more things to do. Young people always have to work harder. Zhao Jixi said with a lot of nonsense. Anyway, who knows what he said? Could this person be so bored that he would hire a private detective to check what he does every day? Chris Cohan nodded. "Have you read the last email?" "Yeah." Zhao Jixi nodded. "I think it is necessary for us to reach a consensus, which is also beneficial to our common interests. What do you think?" Cohan said. "I have also seen the few quotes you sent. The price given by Mr. Ellison of Oracle is indeed good, and the price given by Rukab and Peter Gubo's team is also very sincere. However, Mr. Cohan, have you made a decision?" Zhao Jixi thought for a while and said to him. Chris Cohan was silent for a while. After he took over the Warriors in these years, he created a record of not making the playoffs for 12 consecutive years. That is, in 2007, the Warriors relied on the gangster-style run and gun style of play, not only making it to the playoffs, but also eliminating the Mavericks, who had the best record in the league at the time, in the first round. This is the best result after he took over the Warriors in these years. If they can keep that lineup, the Warriors may be able to give people a bigger surprise. But he first let go of scorer Jason Richardson in 2007, and then in the summer of 2008, He did not retain the core player Baron Davis, so that the Warriors' strength was greatly reduced and became a short-lived team in the league. In the final analysis, the Warriors lacked big-name stars and could only rely on young guys like Monterellis to control the team. The problem is that he did not spend less money, but the results were not achieved at all. This thing is really meaningless. This team is obviously not as emotional as US dollars. It just so happened that several team changes in recent years also made him think of selling the team. After the news was released, it also received good results. First, the CEO of Oracle was interested in buying, and then several companies or individuals wanted to buy. This also made him determined to sell the Warriors, but all the shares of the team were not in his hands. The gesture in front of him inherited all of Butchen's shares in the Warriors. He also wanted to ask this person. He didn't know whether Jess Chow planned to sell his shares. You know, these people now want the whole team. So this time Jess Chow held an auction, and of course he came here after receiving the invitation. Although Kohan likes US dollars, he hasn't seen US dollars yet, so his expression is a little bitter at this time. I have planned to sell my shares, but now is obviously a good time to wait and see. So I have to wait a little longer. The most important thing is you. As I said, we can talk when we have time. At least we can reach a consensus on the opinions, which will be conducive to negotiating the price. Jess Chow also nodded. The buyer is not a fool. You have shares in your hands, but you don't want to continue to invest money in it. Then no matter how well his family does, they will still give you an advantage. This is something that cannot be negotiated at all, and they are not short of money. Okay, Mr. Kohan, I think we can make another appointment and talk about it. Jess Chow shook hands with Chris Kohan again and sent the two in. It was then that Nikki realized that Jay Chow actually had shares in a basketball team. Honey, do you like basketball too? Not bad, Jay Chow said, but it was indeed not bad. In his previous life, Jay Chow was a fake fan, whether it was basketball or football, or table tennis or tennis. I can't say I like it very much, but it's something to talk about with people. And I liked these things when I was in school. But later, when I became a stay-at-home, I liked romantic action movies more. As for sports, I really didn't like them very much. It's not an exaggeration to say that sports are a torture for Oticus. But in his heart, he also wanted to have a team. He played Football Manager. And if he bought an NBA basketball team, plus his Asian identity, it would definitely be a very showy thing. But this matter is still hidden in his heart. He is short of money, really short of money. This is a very meaningful sport. I like it very much. Jay Chow added another sentence to Nikki. Only men who like sports can be so passionate. Erupt like a volcano. Nikki said something very informative to Jay Chow in a seductive way. He also looked at Jay Chow's lower body. Jay Chow also saw Nikki's look, and the little brother couldn't help but get excited. Wait for me, I'll let you enjoy the dunk of basketball. I believe you will enjoy it very much, he said, and he also put his arm around Nikki's waist and pinched the waist meat. I'm waiting for you, honey. Nikki smiled charmingly and kissed Jay Chow with her pink lips. There were already many guests, and Huang Darling's family also came to the farm. Jay Chow also went over to say hello enthusiastically, and Huang Darling's father, Huang Sangsheng, couldn't help but look at Jay Chow in surprise. He didn't expect that the person who could make that kind of magical fragrance was such a young guy. Jay Chow and Huang Darling are friends, so his father is of course Jay Chow's elder. He also regarded himself as a junior and greeted the two old men very well. Huang Darling also felt that he had a lot of face in front of his father. Look, you are taking advantage of me, your son, otherwise my friend would not give you this treatment. The proud Huang Darling almost got carried away. If Huang Sangshan didn't think it was inappropriate to teach his son a lesson here, he would have to have a good talk with him. It was not until Zhao Jixi secretly pulled him while watching the funny famous song that Huang Darling saw the look in Huang Sangshan's eyes that he immediately got an idea. He quickly flattered him to make up for it. Otherwise, the old man might talk to him for a long time, and he didn't want to listen to his father's nagging at such an old age. It was not until the two old men entered the venue first that Huang Darling felt much more comfortable. Pulling Zhao Jixi, he said, "Why are you so attentive? I'm a little too proud of myself. Should I say too proud of myself? Yeah. Zhao Jixi nodded. This Chinese idiom can be used here. Huang Darling said with a little pride. Well, it seems that the Chinese cram school I have been attending recently has a really good effect. Women are really the driving force of men. Zhao Jixi glanced at him and said, how is that, teacher? Yeah, it's great. From the shoe cabinet to the living room, to the room and the balcony. Almost every place in the house has our mark. That woman is so crazy that she almost squeezed her dry. The two of them obviously like to talk more about women. Zhao Jixi even asked Nikki to help greet the guests, and he talked to Huang Darling together. After chatting for a while, Huang Darling said, I'm really unlucky this time. The old man liked the incense you gave me very much, so he only left me a few, and put the rest into his pocket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 400, Surprising Watermelon. Headline. Front page. Some people can't even get on this, but we just made it. How sorry for that certain peak in my previous life. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but think a little bored. Thinking of my sister's EIE, I feel a little bit sad. I wonder how her recent movie is going. There were quite a few people at the venue. Most of them were wealthy people. Fortunately, Zhao Jixi had done a good job of security. I believe that the plot in the movie would not happen. How could a gathering of so many people be broken into by robbers? This is a joke. Of course, the Mariposa County government also knew about the auction held here. However, as far as their police force was concerned, they could not do anything at all. They could only report it to the county government, Merst, and ask for help from there. The mayor of Merst knew that many senators and congressmen would be there. He cursed secretly, but also cooperated, and then directly asked the chief of the police station, Atwood, who abused his power for personal gain, for the right to enter. After Atwood reported to Zhao Jixi, he felt that it didn't matter. If they came, they could rest assured. Anyway, there was no secret. So he agreed to the two's request. After the two came in, they saw a lot of people they usually saw on the financial channel or the entertainment channel. The two were secretly happy that another rich man came to their county. You know, Meexi County is not a wealthy place. If there is a rich man investing here, it will greatly improve the employment rate of the surrounding citizens. Of course, this is based on the premise that they can handle this Asian rich man, and it would be better if they can handle this bunch of Asian rich men here. These guys are all rich people. Zhao Jixi also politely greeted the two people. After all, they are also local officials. It is possible that they will have to greet them frequently in the future. Although he looks very powerful now, he can't look down on small officials. According to the Celestials, the village chief is also an official. Not long after a while, Zhao Jixi looked at the time, and no one came here because of the security report. In addition, the United States is a punctual country. It is not that big shots have to show up at the last second or come a few minutes late to show their authority. They look down on people who are not punctual and think that it is a waste of life. Okay, let someone go up to warm up and say a few words, and then we will start our auction. I still have a lot of things to do after the meeting. What a life. Zhao Jixi said to Zhao. Well, I know. Zhao responded and left to find Alina to explain things. Boss, it seems that the two people who came here have been waiting a little anxiously recently. Harvey came over and pointed at Kronk and Chris Hanko. Indeed, but we can have a good chat, right? Besides, it's my turn to go on stage now. Zhao Jixi nodded and saw that Alina had already called the guests on the stage, and they were already below. He knew it was time for him to go on stage. Good boss, I have to congratulate you in advance. Zhao Jixi walked to the right and walked onto the built platform under the gaze of everyone. He looked at the guests below with a smile on his face. Although he was smiling, he was inevitably a little nervous inside. However, he pretended to be very serious at this time. He patted the microphone rhythmically to confirm that there was sound on it. It seems that this thing has not had any problems. My luck seems to be good today. I remember a school speech in the past. I walked to the podium very nervously under the gaze of everyone. Everyone in the audience also noticed Zhou speech at this time and focused their attention on him. Zhou started with a self-deprecating way, which was obviously very consistent with the Western style of speech. Everyone also showed expressions of interest from the first few words. At that time, I was not as experienced as I'm now. I knew to confirm first. I spoke to the silent microphone for 3 minutes, but I couldn't hear the teacher's call from the back. I didn't react until I was halfway through my speech. When Zhou said this, the guests in the audience obviously thought of how much courage it took for a slightly nervous student to walk on the stage and start his speech. But after I spoke for a while, I realized that no one in the audience heard what I said. How embarrassing and funny the scene was. Haha. The guests also laughed. Dad, can you imagine that kind of scene? God, I guess I can't stay here. Rick Jobs said to Steve Jobs with a smile. Haha, yes, this reminds me of my school days. I was also nervous at that time. Fortunately, I didn't make a fool of myself, but obviously my classmate at that time was also an unlucky guy. Jobs seemed to recall some funny experiences in the past and laughed again. Other people also laughed and whispered a few words from time to time. Zhou also paused consciously when he said this. He laughed again and said to the microphone, "This is obviously not a good experience, but what has always bothered me is why the audience didn't remind me." This question quickly made the people below quiet down and start thinking, yes, why didn't the audience remind me? Why is this? I kept thinking about it later, but I just couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until I sat down that I realized that no matter what was said above, it was a dogmatic speech. Even I was too lazy to listen, and I was obviously one of them at that time. So it's not my fault that I was treated coldly. Zhou's opening was obviously good, and the guests below laughed easily for a few minutes. Their sense of identification with Zhou also deepened a lot. As for Zhou, it is obvious that you have to adapt to the habits of the place where you live. Whether it is in various places in the Celestial Empire, or in various places in the world, this principle is universal. The world will not change because of whether you adapt or not. Then you have to change to adapt to the world. Zhou didn't mind this, or there are always some things to compromise. It is said that taking a step back will open up a wider world. He obviously grasped a little bit. I believe everyone below knows what this is. Zhou took a watermelon sent by the etiquette lady and put it on the display stand next to the auction table. Yes, this is our theme this time. I believe that everyone present here has also tried the taste of this watermelon. The people in the audience also nodded unconsciously. Haha. I wonder if everyone has noticed the difference in our watermelon. Different? The people in the audience first asked, and then someone said, compared to similar products, it tastes better? Haha. Obviously, everyone knows what you said. Haha. Everyone also laughed. Zhou saw that the atmosphere was a bit lively, and then he said to the man, "But you still got 1 point right. But although this is a key point, there is another difference. The watermelon on our farm is unique. I wonder if the friends who received the gifts from me have discovered it?" Zhou continued to keep the secret. I know. A young boy brought by a guest seemed to have thought of something and spoke loudly. Oh. Zhou was surprised. When he saw someone taking his bag, he immediately continued, "It seems that we have met someone who is good at observation. Please tell me. If it is true, I will have a special gift to give out." The texture on the skin of this delicious watermelon is different from other types of watermelons. The black lines on it are a regular black vine shape. The boy said loudly, "This gentleman is really an amazing person. May I ask who you are?" Jimmy Claw, the boy said. "Haha, Mr. Claw, you hit one of them." Zhou nodded and agreed with him. At this moment, someone in the audience who discovered this quickly reacted. "Yes, it seems to be this." I held up the black texture, which looks very good. I didn't expect it to be this. Those who didn't expect it hurried to look at the watermelons on the stage to see what they could find first. Yes, all the watermelons in our farm have this feature. What's most peculiar is that the black lines on every watermelon are the same. The black lines on one watermelon can almost overlap. The guests were also surprised after hearing what Zhou said. Of course, if you have any questions, you can try it later. Of course, if you need it, our waiters will serve you a watermelon. You can try it, and there may be more magical things happening later. Listening to Zhou weird words, the guests were a little uneasy. Zhou also stopped and asked the waiters to bring a watermelon to those who needed it for them to watch. Of course, there was also a small stand with a platform on it, which was just right for placing the watermelon. It was very humane. If the guests wanted to watch, they couldn't let them hold such a heavy watermelon all the time. This was only the first auction, so there were so many things to do. If they come again in the future, there won't be so many things to do. Zhou even prepared a ruler and a magnifying glass on the platform. Wow, this is the real one. It's exactly the same. My god, the creator is really a magical thing. People exclaimed a little, but there are so many strange things in nature. This is just a little surprising. Chapter 401. At this time, the men and women in the venue were also attracted by the watermelon in front of them. Of course, I'm not talking about the black vine pattern, but the most moving fairy pattern. As long as you look for the difference in depth, you can see a little fairy who seems to be sleeping. This is also another significant feature that Zhou mentioned just now, after throwing out the vine. Gentlemen, ladies, I think if you look carefully, you can find that there is actually another different place in the black vine. For this, I can only say that the creator is magical. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what the next one will taste like. A special American chocolate box. The chocolate inside has various flavors. You can only know what it is after you eat it. When I grew this kind of watermelon, I didn't expect it to be so magical. Zhou said this with a little excitement on the stage. His body movements and language skills also made the atmosphere infectious. Looking at the inquiring eyes of the audience, some anxious people have already started to look for it on the watermelon themselves. In the United States or the world, there are really no idiots who can mix in the upper class. Soon, an artist who studied art painting discovered the sleeping goblin. He immediately opened his mouth wide, took out the sketchbook and pen from his clothes, and began to draw the pattern on the watermelon. His hand speed was very fast, and the edges were completely drawn. The sleeping pattern of the goblin quickly flew on his sketchbook. When this painting, which looked very magical, was finished, he also fell silent. But this was just a brewing explosion later. Oh my god, there is actually a pattern here, and every black line actually has it. It's incredible. It's really incredible. The artist was talking to himself with the drawing, but the people around him were attracted by him. Of course, they were not looking at him, but the drawing in his hand. The artist is actually an art dealer. Business people obviously know that sharing is a good thing, so they passed the drawing out and started to draw it with their hands again. After a few seconds, another one was drawn. After people had a comparison, they could see the pattern on the watermelon more clearly. Justin was also surprised by the pattern. You know, he ate a lot of watermelons at Zhou's house, but he had never observed this. He didn't expect that the black lines on the small watermelon slices would have such a pattern, and every watermelon had this. This is really amazing. It's incredible. Indeed, why didn't I find this? Mark Zuckerberg looked at the black lines on the watermelon with a magnifying glass, trying to see the pattern more clearly. It's a miracle of nature. So beautiful. Kronk was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mr. Zhou's farm could grow this thing. It looked a little unexpected. He thought it was just a cocktail party and auction, and the auction might be announced as a charity in the end. Because this watermelon is really not worth much money, maybe the money spent on this cocktail party will be more than the money from the watermelon auction. But at this moment, his shrewd business mind turned away. This thing with such a clear sign is obviously not something that anyone in the market can imitate. Moreover, he just ate the watermelon, and the taste was really delicious, which made him want more after eating it, and his wife was no exception. Stan, what do you think? If you move this thing to the supermarket and the mall to sell it? His wife Ann Walton Kronk said to her husband. Although she is a member of the Walton family, it must be said that her husband Stan is indeed a good hand in business. Let me think about it. Stan Kroenke began to ponder after he finished speaking. This watermelon is obviously a unique existence now, and the independent logo and delicious taste are obviously very attractive. It will definitely be a good idea to put it in your own supermarket. But another issue to consider is the price, which is probably not cheap. Stan Kroenke is also a ranch farm owner, so he also understands the ripening cycle of watermelons. This thing can mature for a season in 3 or 4 months at most, especially in California, where the climate is suitable. As long as the number of watermelons increases, the price will definitely fall, but he has no idea how low it will fall. Of course, if there are too many, and it becomes the same as the watermelons on the market, it is obviously not a good thing. But as a capitalist, he believes that Zhou will not do such a stupid thing. However, if such a good thing is not planted more, it would be a waste. But if it is planted in limited quantities, it can be sold at a high price in the market in the future, which is obviously a good thing. You have to know that there are not a few rich people in the world. As for this watermelon, if the quantity is not large, they will definitely not mind $100 for one. Even if it is $200, it is a small matter. The rich who can afford $100 will not mind spending $100 or $200 or $300 to buy some delicious and unique watermelons for their own consumption or to entertain guests. Thinking about it, he felt that he still had to talk to Zhou about this matter to see what he meant, so that he could try to see if he could cooperate with him. You know, there are supermarkets in the United States and Walmart chains all over the world, and he has some say in them. In his opinion, with his relationship, it is a small matter to enter the market. After thinking about it, he said to his wife, "We can consider this matter, but the most important thing is to talk to its owner. After all, the initiative is no longer in our hands." Haha, then we will see, and listened to her husband and felt relieved. This kind of thing still needs to be discussed before we know what to do. It's useless to be anxious now, and the two of them don't have the initiative. But there are many smart people in this world. What they can think of, many people who run supermarkets in the venue have also thought of it, and some are people who do international trade. If this thing is exported to oil countries, I think many people will like it. The magical watermelon, with a delicious taste, is simply the favorite of those oil tycoons in that desert country. Of course, there are also many Asians who ship watermelons to Hong Kong, Malaysia and other places at 20% off. Some of them want to sell them in China. China is the country with the most wealthy people in the past decade. The people there are typically not short of money. We want all the good things. After seeing the effect he wanted, Zhou smiled secretly in his heart. Looking at these people, he knew that his watermelon was already a success. But he still needs to add fuel to the fire. In this way, things are back to the beginning. When Zhou saw someone broke this, he also smiled proudly. It seems that he doesn't need to waste his breath on this matter. The effect is much better than if he said it himself. Zhou was silent for a while on the stage, waiting for everyone's curiosity to dissipate, and then he started a new speech. "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, although this is surprising, watermelons are for eating, right? We can't buy it back, and then you will keep looking at it with a magnifying glass. If that happens, I guess I will be depressed about the remaining watermelons." Haha. Everyone laughed at the humor. Although I don't know if you have discovered it, our watermelon is not only delicious, but also very good in terms of nutritional value. Of course, I won't say much about this. I think many people have felt it. He looked at Jobs as he spoke, and the two looked at each other from top to bottom, and they all knew each other and understood each other. Zhou's words sounded mysterious, and some people thought, is this talking about nutritional supplements, not watermelons for sale? Zhou stopped the topic just right, leaving many people with doubts about his words, and they felt a little itchy and uncomfortable. Those who have already felt it were shocked to realize that this is the case. It turns out that he also knows it. I'm talking about his own things. How could he not know it? Of course, I won't say more nonsense for now. I still want to say one thing here, which is something that everyone may have doubts about. That is, our kind of watermelon. to be honest, has extremely demanding requirements for the growing environment. I think it is a complete accident that I can grow it in this piece of land behind and the edge of the watermelon forest. In fact, it was also the place where we planted watermelons before, but the watermelons planted there did not grow well. Either they did not grow fruits, or they died during the growth process. When they said this, everyone looked at the land behind strangely, and they were also surprised. Is it really like Zhou said, that it cannot be planted there, or in other places? Of course, everyone can't believe Zhou's one-sided words. In their hearts, they all doubted Zhou's words to a certain extent, but at this time they still had to listen to Zhou and see what else he could say. Those that can survive are within this area. I don't know if planting can still be done vertically, but I don't think there will be much land left. Zhou gestured at the land. In the vertical direction, there was a row of woodlands in the distance, not this hill. Chapter 402, the first auction. When Zhou said this, he actually had a plan. He would decide how much land to add for planting in the future. Although this is what he said now, it depends on the situation. A lot of land can be added. At least it is possible to double it. As for the future, if we can't plant it on our farm, wouldn't it be better to build a special farm outside? Whether it can be planted depends not only on the germination of seeds, but also on the land that has been watered with vitality by Zhou and blessed with the vitality of the earth. It can almost be said that both are indispensable. Although the steps are a bit troublesome, it is difficult to make this thing rare and prevent people with watermelon seeds from planting this watermelon. Unless Zhou can transform the watermelon with seeds, or the second generation of sterilized watermelon. But now it is obviously impossible. Although Zhou couldn't resist Harvey's persuasion, he still registered an independent trademark and icon patent. But in the United States, it's hard to say, not to mention that in some countries, they will not give in and stop planting just because you say so. Even if we still file a lawsuit, it will be a troublesome matter, and it will take a long time. Copyright and patent examinations also take time. So Zhou would rather be a little troublesome than to deal with these annoying things. Our farm can now grow more than 450 tons of watermelons, Zhou said. Some of the guests below had no idea, so they exclaimed, as if it was a lot, but some who had an idea felt that this number was not actually very large. There are so many people in the United States alone. The total population of the United States is more than 300 million, and the richest population accounts for 1% of it, which is about 3 million people. Of course, some of them have to be deducted. But as long as there are more than a million people, Zhou's watermelons will not be enough for people to share. Moreover, excluding those who don't know, just talking about California, which is closest to Zhou, the rich here are definitely one of the most among the 50 states in the United States. Some rich people can't just eat one. Apart from other things, if Zhou had so much money and didn't have space, then he knew that there was a delicious watermelon, and he could spend a few $100s to buy it, or spend thousands of dollars to buy a few to eat, which was completely free of burden. Moreover, this good thing can be used to entertain guests, and I believe it will make the host feel very proud. The quantity is not large, Ann Walton said to her husband. Well, I know. Let's see what he says, but it seems that this little guy is not going to be planted on a large scale, and the price of this watermelon may not be much lower in the future, Stan Kroenke said to his wife. However, his voice was not deliberately lowered, and several people next to him could hear it. They looked at each other and nodded. We have about 450 tons of watermelons. According to the sample survey, the average weight of each one is about 10 kilograms, and the difference will not be too much. So in summary, there are about 220,000 or so. Of course, this is also excluding some losses in consumed watermelons, Zhou said on top. Considering the number of people present today, we have made some small-sized lots first, hoping that the gentlemen and ladies who come here can take watermelons home. Let our professional auctioneer, Mr. Jerif, introduce the following professional matters to you. Zhou made a gesture of extending his hand and smiling, and invited Jerif, who was waiting beside him with white gloves. Jerif greeted Zhou, shook his hand, and walked up with a professional temperament. Gentlemen and ladies, today I will raise the hammer for you. After Jerif began to introduce himself, his tone was not humorous, but it made people feel that he was very professional. Mr. Zhou has a total of 200,000 watermelons for auction. We will first distribute small amounts according to the guests who come, so the small value lots will be auctioned first. Jerif said. It seems that the number is really not large, said the people below. Well, I guess there shouldn't be many small sized watermelons, and if they put this in front to sell, they probably want us to drive up the price, and then when they bid for the watermelons in the back, it's normal to sell them at a high price. After all, everyone has already accepted that the watermelon is worth the price at the beginning. The businessmen are not stupid. As long as they are told a little, they reacted and knew the intention of Zhou's people. But this is an open conspiracy. Zhou seems to have no worries about the sales of his good things, so why would he be afraid of this? Just kidding. The first batch is 50 watermelons. The reserve price is $5,000. One bid is $100. Please. Jerry said calmly and forcefully, and began to introduce the taste and benefits of this watermelon. It seems that the textbook work is done very well. Zhou and Atwood were below, clasping their hands, and their palms were covered with sweat. Atwood was more powerful than Zhou. Although he was wearing a suit outside, the sweat from his armpits penetrated the suit, which showed how nervous he was now. At the beginning, he only proposed to set the price of watermelon at $30 to $50 per piece, but Zhou thought about the literature network. $50 and $100 are really not much different. Even $100 and $200 are acceptable to them. But after thinking about it, he decided to auction it at $100 per piece to see how much they would bid, so that he can have a bottom line next time. Alan was okay for a while, but he also looked at the guests nervously. The cowboys in the farm were the same. Even the heartless ones were the same. Just because Zhou said that, as long as he could sell it at a good price, he would give a big red envelope to all the staff of the farm. The cowboys could imagine that, if this generous Chinese boss only sold it at a low price, this batch of watermelons would have more than $20 million if they didn't keep it for auction. It's really amazing. You know, this is a product that doesn't take much effort to take care of. That is, the boss invested in a full set of irrigation systems in the early stage. $50,500 a time. $6,000. Mr. 9 bid $6,000. $6,000 a time, said Jerif, looking at Justin Bieber who was holding up the sign. The young man raised the sign and looked at Jay Chou, which meant to say, look at how well my brother does. I will raise the price and bid for you. $10,000. Paris Hilton shouted directly with the sign, but when she shouted this, looking at her expression, Jay Chou knew that this sister-in-law wanted to show off again. However, her goal was obviously achieved, and everyone's eyes were focused on her, but a few people's faces were not very good. Originally, they were planning to bid for more watermelons to hoard them. No matter where this good thing is sold, as long as there are rich people who like it, they can make a lot of money. But it will allow this little guy to get a lot of benefits, and it is estimated that the price of this watermelon will rise again by then. $10,000. The lady at number 112 bid $10,000. I believe this lady can win the first lot tonight. This will definitely be a record for our new watermelon. Jerif began to speak excitedly, but it seemed as if he was saying, everyone hurry up and bid. Look at this woman who has bid 10,000, and she can still get such a record. This is such a good thing. It would be a waste if you don't bid. $10,000 once, $10,000 twice. Jerif saw that no one was bidding, so he began to count down and raise the hammer. But when it came to the second time, he still followed the convention and delayed a little to see if anyone would bid. But no one really bid. $10,000 for the third time. It's a deal. The first lot tonight was won by the lady at number 112. Congratulations, ma'am. After Jerry finished speaking, he started the second auction. Zhou still didn't feel relieved at this time. Many of the previous buying and bidding prices were friendship prices among friends, so the numbers could not be made, and the ones after that would be the key. Especially those selling orders of 10,000 pieces. They also put one or two tentative orders in the middle to see how the effect is. If it is okay, the white gloves on the stage will adjust it flexibly. This is to maximize the interests of the employer. Boss, it's $200 per piece now. $200, boss. Atwood swallowed his saliva, but his mouth was still a little dry, and even his speech sounded a little hoarse. He was just secretly calculating that, if this watermelon could come once every 3 months, it would be 30 or 40 million US dollars each time. Excluding some taxes, the annual income would be 100 million US dollars. This must be 100 million US dollars. He was even more excited when he thought of this. Although it was not his money, as the manager of the farm, he was still sincerely happy. Well, I know, this is just the beginning. We are going to see if anyone buys those big orders. It's still early, don't get too excited, the rest is the sign of whether we are successful. Zhou said to Atwood, who was a little excited. Although he said so, he held Nikki's hand and looked nervous, and Nikki felt it. But he was the only one who knew his nervousness, and Nikki was secretly happy in his heart. After all, their relationship is still a little complicated now. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 403 Making Money. Nikki has dated Zhou for several times, but he has not yet told her that he wants to be his girlfriend. They are now in a state of being boyfriend and girlfriend, and the distinction between being a sex partner and a sex partner is still unclear. Nikki thinks that Zhou may have some concerns about their ages, or for some other reason, but she still has time to wait for him until he can make a choice. At this time, Jerry F on the stage said, "Congratulations to the gentleman from number 9, the deal is $10,000. Another deal of $10,000 was made. The next few orders were mostly based on this amount, and many of Zhou's friends also placed a few orders, but the number of 50 or 100 watermelons was indeed decreasing, and gradually it was 300 to 500, and there was still 1,000 sold on the stage. Fortunately, there were some people in front who didn't need too many, and they had already bought enough, so they didn't have to worry too much about the large number of watermelons on the stage. However, after the number increased, the prices on the stage were indeed more and more amazing. Just 1,000 watermelons were sold for more than 200,000 US dollars. You have to know that in the United States, buying a Lamborghini Blow sports car only costs more than 200,000 US dollars, and buying a Dodge per sports car costs less than 100,000 US dollars. Even if it is a high-end model, it costs more than 100,000 US dollars. Of course, there are more expensive ones. However, Zhou's wife lives a frugal life. Asking him to spend so much money is simply cutting his flesh. Even if you buy a jet in the United States, the price is not high, it is about 200 to play. Zhou only needs 10,000 watermelons to buy a plane. This almost makes people think that it is a plane. However, Zhou's watermelons are now completely considered luxury goods, and they are not low-priced luxury goods. Things went smoothly beyond Zhou's expectations. So far, none of the watermelons on the auction have been sold out. Obviously, he underestimated the shrewdness of the capitalists. Those who are not stupid will know that, as long as the auction ends today, the watermelons of Sky Farm will be publicized by so many people. In addition, the uniqueness of the watermelon refuses counterfeiting, and its wonderful taste will definitely become a hot selling product for the rich. And as long as they wrestle these watermelons within 3 or 4 months before Zhou's next batch of watermelons comes out, they will not only make a lot of profit, but also gain the friendship of some people. Zhou had already put his heart at ease when the auction was halfway through. 10,000 watermelons were sold to Stan Kroenke for $2.05 million. When he looked at Zhou, he smiled at him and raised the champagne in his hand to greet him. Zhou didn't mind being enthusiastic with this person who spent $2 million to buy watermelons and toasted him. Now it's almost more than $20 million, and it's only more than halfway through. It seems that we can sell it for more than 4,000 this time. Atwood was calculating again, but at least the farm staff around him could hear the sound of his voice. Yes, we made a lot of money this time. Zhou also nodded and said, "It seems that I finally have enough money to buy a sports car. Damn, I've been in the United States for so long, and I can't even afford a sports car. Now I can't use this money to buy stocks. I have to enjoy myself for a while." but I owe the bank tens of millions of dollars. It seems that I can pay it back in the next few months. Zhou was calculating in his mind, and the bidding over there was still going on. This time, another order of more than 2 million was auctioned off. Now, most of the rich people present actually agreed that a watermelon cost $200, so when bidding, most of them would bring the price down to this acceptable price. Otherwise, if the competition continues, as time goes by, the buyers will also add the price to this price. However, it seems unlikely to increase the price significantly after coming here. Several people who obviously wanted to stock up more did raise the price higher than before. Because the quantity is not much, if everyone is smart, they can calculate that there are not many watermelons worth $200,000 now. The most important thing is that they are afraid that Zhou will bundle the goods later and increase the quantity to tens of thousands at once, which will make things difficult. So now they buy as many goods as they can. In order to avoid the above accidents later, it may be the intuition of businessmen. They really guessed it right. The final number is 20,000, which really confirms the guess of several people. They smiled immediately. When Zhou got to the last tens of thousands, he knew that the overall situation was settled, and there was really no need to worry about it. We have already bought tens of millions, and we are still worried about the remaining millions. It's a piece of cake now. Dad, it looks like Jess is going to make a lot of money this time. Reed Jobs said to his father Steve Jobs. Yes, this young man looks not simple. I just didn't expect him to be so good at cultivating biological plants. But his ability to make medicine is also commendable. He is really a talented young man. Steve exclaimed. Reed Jobs immediately thought of the kind of thing his father used, which is called incense in the East. After hearing his father say that it was Zhou who made and mixed it himself, Reed couldn't help but feel a little admiration for this man. Is this the magic of thousands of years of cultural heritage in the East? It's really great. Honey, congratulations to you. Nikki Hilton kissed Zhou and said to him, I didn't expect these watermelons to be sold at such a high price. This price is really as magical as it feels. Boss, our watermelons are really sold at such a high price. My god, this is really exciting. So exciting. Alan was a little excited and incoherent, holding his girlfriend's hand and almost shaking. Atwood was much better now. After all, he was a person who had experienced it. He was a little out of control at the beginning. Now compared with his son, he is much calmer. It seems that this will be one of our main products in the future. It seems that we have to try how many more watermelons we can plant. He was also thinking about this question in his heart. Yes, it's really something worth celebrating. Something that none of us thought of actually appeared in front of us like this. But what I can be sure of now is that this thing is true, because we have received the checks from those people in front. Zhou said. He paused. Guys, the watermelons of Sky Farm will be world famous. Today is just the beginning. In the future, more and richer people will come to the auction to buy our watermelons. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Zhou muttered happily. The people on the farm did not doubt his words. As long as someone reported the price of this watermelon, the reporters would not let go of such a good news material. After a few operations, this watermelon will probably be world famous. Moreover, there are many celebrities and rich people in the farm today. This is a typical explosive point. When the security personnel were outside just now, they found that many reporters had followed the footsteps of those celebrities to the outskirts of the farm. However, this is a private territory, and the place is large, and there are tall and burly security personnel. Those reporters can't even see inside with a telescope, let alone sneaking in. For professionals like reporters, whether they are men or women, they have a strong curiosity. The more secret things are, the more excited and happy they can be. It seems that we have to give it a nice name, said a cowboy. Green elf, I've already thought of this when I registered. From now on, all the watermelons we sell out here will be marked with this logo. It sounds really appropriate. When the farm was bustling, Zhou didn't know that his farm was also bustling outside. A bunch of reporters were blocked outside the door. Of course, it was not the iron gate, but the position where the security guards were standing outside. Hey, man, did you receive the news too? A reporter stood outside for a long time, quite helpless, and asked the reporter from another newspaper next to him. "No, I came here with Steve Jobs. It doesn't look like they are here to attend a poets gathering. I heard that there is an auction here." Another reporter also said, "Steve Jobs, I didn't expect him to come too. When I came, I also saw several other directors of Apple and several executives of their company. Oh my god, is today a gathering for people from this company? I don't think so. I received news that the recent popular idol, Justin Bieber, appeared here, and he stayed here for a day. I suspect he might be here to steal a woman." Another reporter also said, "A pop singer? How can he come to attend these people's party?" Someone asked, "Who knows? It's really weird." "Yeah, I also met Chris Hanko, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, Stan Kroenke, the owner of the Denver Nuggets, Mark Zuckerberg and Seen from Facebook. These rich people are also here, and there are also Chinese rich people. A lot of people came today. It seems that the owner here has a wide range of connections and contacts. Yeah, I even saw Paris Hilton, and it seems that the reality show tycoon Donald Trump also went in. Is that Navo rich here too? Yeah, I recognize his car." Quick update Pure Text chapter 404 next. "It seems that we have to stay here for a while. We need to know what they are doing." A reporter who was originally planning to leave felt that it was necessary to stay here for a while. "Let's see if we can be lucky enough to interview one or two people. Since this person who loves to show off is also here, maybe we will have a chance to say a few words when we come out later." At the same time, everyone thought so. Of course, some people have different ideas from others. They feel that there is no chance to do anything, so they might as well chase other news instead of wasting time and life here. Some people directly called their bosses back home. Although this is also news, other places are not. Sometimes tabloids and small magazines still have to make choices. Of course, those who have become big don't have to do this. They are confident, even if they stay here, and they don't need to worry about anything. The auction has ended, and then it's time to collect the check. When some people bid the amount they want, they go there directly to fill in the information and write the check. The farm is responsible for finding a courier or logistics company to help them ship to the place they want to go. Of course, the shipping fee is their own. As for the few people who bought a large number of watermelons, they would consult their own opinions to see whether they were going to ship the watermelons from the farm or send their own cars or what else they wanted. Zhou looked at the people who wrote that they were paying and thought about the tens of millions of dollars that were about to be received, so he decided to package the watermelons in his hands better. After all, it was a product worth nearly $200, so the packaging couldn't be too shabby, right? Besides, Zhou thought that those who bought a lot of things might have to sell them for a lot of money after they were sold again. There was still a cocktail party to continue after the auction, and we couldn't take all the money from people and not invite them to eat more. However, some people had to leave first, and Zhou also looked at what kind of relationship they had, and some of them still went to chat with them and send them off. Especially when he just came in. He didn't greet him, so he had to greet him this time. Looking at the tall and strong Donald Trump, Zhou also smiled and walked over to chat with him. Of course, the beauties next to the old man were also very attractive to him. He looks good to everyone he sees now, almost thinking that these people are just a bunch of moving US dollars. Of course, according to their worth, even a car of moving US dollars would not be too much. I think it's because his realm is not high enough, and he is not calm enough when he sees money. He just chatted with a few people for a while. He plans to leave for a while. Now his face is almost smiling, and the corners of his mouth look like they can be grinned very high. Zhou was also excited at the cocktail party after the auction. But now he still goes to the finance department first. Looking at the checks one by one makes him feel more loving. His heart is warm and beating, and the sound is never heard before. Of course, when he inherited the wealth, his heart almost stopped beating, and his mind was blank. This time it is much better than before. At least he can walk, run, speak and think. The key is that the money he got is much less than before. How can tens of millions be compared with hundreds of millions? We are not short of money anymore. We are really not short of money anymore. We finally have a reliable way to make money in the future. Damn, I have owed money for so long. Now I have something to earn. It is not easy. Zhou thought. His face was happy, his heart was happy, and he was so happy that he couldn't help laughing. Look at you laughing. Are you so happy about this money? I didn't see you like this before. Zhou joked to Zhou. It's different. It's different. The feeling in my heart is different. Although Apple's stock price has been rising, and Facebook's market value is also increasing. But I owe so much money to the bank, and I can only rely on stocks to make money. I feel uneasy. Now it's good. There is a way to make money. Even if there is any accident in the future, I won't be afraid with this. Zhou said to Zhou while watching the financial accounting. In fact, he had other things in his mind, but he couldn't say them. The success of watermelon also means that space crops can be sold in reality. As long as he operates well, he will not lack money. Now is the time to think about what else to take out of the space. Hairy grass, the mixed grass that repels insects and refreshes the spirit, and the growing fruit trees, all of these are money. The latter has already started to be planted openly, but the former two still need to be operated, and they can become a special economic pillar in the farm in the future. Also, the cattle, sheep, horses, etc. in the farm can all create benefits. The cattle will take time, but the cereal packer can be solved quickly. Not to mention other things, hairy grass can also make them grow more hair and create more economic benefits. Although it may not be as good as watermelon now, people can't walk on one leg, right? Having one more leg will make it more comfortable and safer. Zhou's heart became more and more heated the more he thought about it, but no matter what, he still had to suppress the impulse in his heart. Things are always too much or too little. How can good things appear one after another in one or two times? Even if you are the illegitimate child of God, you can't do this. He still needs to go to a higher education college for further study. With the label of biological scientist, his strange things can be explained. After the finance department checked several tables, they can calculate how many people paid how much money. One by one, the spreadsheets were printed out and put in Zhou's hands for him to read. Damn, this time it actually sold for $43,225,500 Damn, this is really making money. If this happens 3 times a year in the future, you can get at least $100 million. However, this money does not include part of the expenses and taxes. This needs to be carefully considered. It can't be cheap for the Americans. It must be spent quickly to strive for a tax refund. After thinking about it secretly, he suppressed the enthusiasm in his heart. After all, this can be used as a long-term income in the future, so there is no need to be so excited. There are still many days to come. After seeing this, he still had to deal with some guests. That is, guests who knew about Zhang, and the few people who had not finished chatting when they came in. These were also the appointments and work he had to complete. In fact, 1/3 of the people who could come here were people Zhou knew and came by himself, and the other 1/3 were people in their circle of friends. Otherwise they would not bring people here. Just when the watermelon auction ended just now, many people greeted him or sent him text messages saying that they wanted to chat. Zhou also knew what these people wanted, but he also thought that they were also going to sell it, so he didn't think it was a big deal. They came to give money, so how could he mind? Stan Kroenke really didn't know about the Zhang, but he came to Zhou to talk about it, not about this, but about the watermelon. Smart people can see that the potential of this kind of watermelon, as long as it is maintained and not flooded, its value will not decrease. And he came to Zhou for this. There is money to be made, who cannot seize it? But what he could think of, others could certainly think of as well. He had just asked Alina, who was somewhat acquainted with him, and walked over after knowing where Zhou was. When he got outside, he saw a fat white man smiling and chatting with Zhou. There was also a middle-aged Asian man standing next to him. As for which ethnicity he was, he really couldn't tell, but that round face looked a bit like the Korean he had met. The dead fat pig from Kroger is here too. It seems that he is still a step behind. Stan Kroenke knew about this person. as the son-in-law of Walmart, the largest supermarket chain in the United States. In addition to having shares in the Walton family company, he also has his own brand of retail stores. And the fat white pig is Tom Thuram, the director of Kroger, the second largest supermarket chain in the United States. I think he also wants to get some benefits from Zhou. He straightened his clothes and walked over. I wonder what Mr. Zhou thinks of my proposal just now. Tom said to Zhou with a smile. Zhou was indeed not fooled by his smile. Mr. Thuram, although you are sincere in buying my future watermelons at a price higher than the average price of Gao Gang's auction, I cannot agree to your request. Why? I think you know, Mr. Thuram, that although I'm not good at doing business, I still know that eggs should not be put in one basket, otherwise they will all be broken and all will be ruined. And I think my current model is very good. In the future, you can come 2 or 3 times a year to bid for the watermelons I have released, so you can make some money. Zhou also smiled and said to it. But, Mr. Zhou, Thuram wanted to explain something. Sorry to interrupt you. Stan Kroenke walked in and said apologetically, but his actions did not mean to apologize to Tom Thuram, otherwise he would have just not come in. The fat white man glanced at Stan Kroenke and smiled a little ugly, but it recovered in an instant. Mr. Kroenke is here too. It seems that the silent Stan can no longer remain silent in this regard. Chapter 405 Watermelon Agency writes, Guaranteed 1. The fragrance of US dollars can make blind people open their eyes. I just came here to pursue its fragrance. But Mr. Thuram came very quickly. Haha. Thuram sneered. In the time it took for the two to say 2 words, people representing Home Depot, Best Buy, Target and other traders also came here. Suddenly, the place here became a little small, but fortunately, there was still room for people, and they didn't care much about standing. Zhou asked the waiter to bring a few glasses of red wine, and everyone stood and chatted. Hello, Mr. Stan Kroenke. I'm Jimmy Lee from South Korea. Nice to meet you. The yellow-skinned man was indeed Korean as Kroenke guessed. Oh, he should be Korean, but I don't know how he got into this American upper-class party. You know, Jess Zhou is Chinese, and most of the people who come here are from Chinese-American consortiums. Zhou looked at the indifferent look of several people and knew that, because South Korea is a small country, it is still far behind the Celestial Empire, and several people didn't care much. He quickly said, Mr. Jimmy Lee, my friend, is the executive director of the New World Company in South Korea. Jimmy Lee glanced at Jay Chou and knew what he meant. People from small countries are not blindly inferior or arrogant. He is a smart man, so he can distinguish good from bad and know that Jay Chou is adding value to him. As for Jay Chou, he also learned from his cousin Lee Shuang, who had a good relationship with him when he was in Korea, that he had a good friend in the United States. When he was in the United States, he could visit him. I didn't expect that there would be an auction here today, and most of the people who came were American upper-class people. Even the government side had many high-level people, especially the 2 Democratic senators and congressmen, who seemed to have a good personal relationship with Jay Chou. There were also a lot of business people, and he saw a lot of wealthy Chinese people, including the old and new coaches in the tea industry, Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg, etc., as well as Donald Trump in the entertainment industry, Stan Kroenke and Chris Hanko in the sports industry, and many people in the financial industry. Jimmy Lee couldn't help but look at his cousin's friend with new eyes, and was even more shocked that his cousin had such a strong network of contacts in the United States. He didn't expect that his cousin had such a deep relationship in the Chinese circle without showing off. Suddenly, he couldn't help but envy his cousin's Chinese ancestry and his previous experience of living in China. Brother Jun, I really neglected you today. I didn't expect that I was so late when you came. It's really rude. Zhou said to this person in Korean. No, Jessex, you have done a good job. Being able to come here and meet so many people today is the biggest gain for me. Jimmy is the English name of Lee Jun. He studied in Switzerland in his early years. The two of them were polite for a while, and Zhou started to communicate with Kroenke. First, he praised the auction and the cocktail party, and then talked about some things in the sports world. Zhao Jixi also had a serious exchange of words, and also eased the atmosphere between him and Tom Thuram, and took care of Li Jun by the way. Fortunately, he is no longer the Jay Chou of the past. With his status rising, he does not feel uncomfortable speaking. He can joke and have a good chat with them. After they chatted for a few minutes, Jay Chou could not stay any longer. The time for getting along with the other people was about to end, and he had to go over there to talk. So he stopped talking nonsense with them and spoke directly. I will not make any promises about the agency rights of watermelons. After Jay Chou finished speaking, the faces of the few people became a little nervous, but the Wisden Kronk was still calm. It seems that he thought of Jay Chou when he came here, but he would not take out any rights. It would be better to auction such good things every year, which would bring him more profits. What's the point of agency rights? It's just a few watermelons. With the unique label and delicious taste, the market will be in short supply, and they can get a certain share every year. Just like collecting wine from Lafite Manor, almost all of them will appreciate in value if they are auctioned. Although watermelons cannot be collected for a long time, they can still be kept for 3 or 4 months, which is enough time for them to sell them in limited quantities all over the world. Zhao Jixi paused and then said, our farm will hold such an auction every season when the watermelons are ripe, but only the auction held in this month of each year will be the largest and most lively, and this kind of conference will only be held once a year. And the other few times will hold small auctions, and those who want to bid will participate. What I can guarantee is that you can get the invitation letter I send every year to ensure that you can come to participate in this auction. I wonder if you are satisfied with what I said, Zhao Jixi said, and looked at the few people. After thinking for a while, the few people agreed with Zhao Jixi's opinion. Now they want the goods, and Zhao Jixi has no shortage of buyers for the goods in his hands. This supply and demand are disproportionate, so these smart people compromised. After that, no one in the room had any objections, so Zhao Jixi took out his notebook and wrote down the names of the people, because some of these outclasses were not invited by him, but by people with invitations, and he gave them the invitation cards attached, so that these people could come in. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but feel proud of his original decision when he thought of this. That's it, gentlemen, enjoy the food here, I hope you like it. I have another appointment, you guys chat first, I'll go over and say hello to them. Zhao Jixi apologized to a few people, and then took Li Jun out. Brother Jun, let's go and take you to meet other people. I think it will be a lot more convenient for you to do things in the United States in the future, Zhao Jixi said to Li Jun next to him while walking. As for this cousin, who Li Shuang said he took good care of when he was a child, Zhao Jixi, as his brother, must take care of him anyway. Li Jun smiled happily upon hearing this, and said, thank you so much, Jessex. I don't know if this will cause you any inconvenience. Although he was very happy, he still considered Zhao Jixi and expressed his concerns. How could that be? Don't worry, I'm just taking you to meet the upper class here. We have a good relationship, so you don't have to worry. Zhao Jixi turned around and said to him with a smile. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 406, Fragrance. Jay Chou brought Li Jun to another part of the venue, where many people were already waiting. When he saw Jay Chou coming over, he took a few steps to greet him. Jay Chou also introduced Li Jun to a few people. Fortunately, he is also a powerful person, and his performance is decent, which is much better than Jay Chou's previous performance. Jay Chou doesn't need to worry about him, and there is no face losing thing. This is also a relief. He is a typical excessive worry. Although South Korea is a small country, the Lee family is indeed a typical chaebol. He, Li Jun, is also the 4th generation of the Lee family. How could he not handle this situation? After everyone sat down, several middle-aged Chinese tycoons headed by Huang Doling's father Huang Songqing, and several elderly Chinese tycoons looked at Jay Chou. Although you call us uncle, brothers who do business have to settle accounts clearly. You don't have to worry about anything. We won't say much. We are here just because we're interested in your beauty. That's what I said too. I'm making my position clear today. Jess, you name a price. As long as it's reasonable, we uncles will definitely agree. He saw Zhou Jixi wanted to speak and immediately stretched out his hand to stop him and continued, I'm in the medicinal material business. I know that the materials you use are expensive. We uncles can't always ask you to give us gifts. If we give too much, the younger generations will call us old thieves. Haha, yes. The others also laughed in agreement. Zhou Jixi quickly said modestly, how can I do that? Darling, Jay and I are all good friends. It is only right for me to give some gifts to the uncles. Let's put it in a different way. We want to use it for a long time. If you want to give it to us, we can't afford it. The ginseng in it is old mountain ginseng. It also contains American ginseng from Siberia. The price of these old things is not cheap. We, as elders, don't want to rub the backs of the younger generation in the future. An old man wearing a suit with a tang suit lining said to Zhou Jixi, Mr. Huo, you are an old senior. I'm a little uneasy to accept your money. Zhou Jixi said again, you little devil, take it with peace of mind. Take it with peace of mind. The old man has been in the United States for decades. I can't say that the money I earn is clean, but I'm absolutely honest in spending money. Mr. Huo spoke with full of energy. It is indeed a person who has been an old immigrant. This momentum is different. Yes, that's what we mean. So Jess, you should name a price, so that when people want you to supply them in the future, they can feel at ease, said another person. Seeing that these people said so, Zhou Jixi took advantage of the situation and said, it's my fault for not considering it carefully. Since the elders have said so, I won't be polite. You little brat, you talk as if you want to rip us off. Old guys have taken a lot of medicine over the years. Your fragrant one is comfortable, so it's reasonable to spend some money. You don't have to be polite to rip us off. Old Master Huo said with full energy. Old ginger is spicy, old people are smart, old man. You are saying that you are giving me a shot of vaccination and you are taking medicine. How do I know what medicine you are taking? But although we are doing business, we really can't be cheap. The price should be very expensive so that people can know that this thing is good. Zhou Jixi thought about it and made up his mind. How can that be, Master Huo? We are all Chinese, so we won't say whether we are going to charge you too much or not. I don't have a lot of this stuff. Sometimes it may be out of stock. It's really because some of these medicines are hard to find, and it's even harder to find substitutes. We all know how much inventory you have. We won't say we will buy all of it. After all, other people want it too, so we won't make it difficult for you. If you think you can sell more, just give us a little more, and we will be satisfied. And in the future, as long as you need raw materials, you can come to me. I won't say much, but I can still find some things for you. Zhou Jixi started chatting with a few old Chinese. These were all first generation Chinese, not second generation Chinese like Huang Daoling's father. They spoke the old local dialect of the Celestial Empire and were very clear. Even when talking about business, they had to talk a lot first, and Zhou Jixi quoted the price in the same way. You can't just quote them what they say, because that would make you look too profit oriented. So after talking a lot of nonsense first, Zhou Jixi began to feel that he could quote the price. At this time, Zhou Jixi started his old-fashioned way again. He first touched the back of his head and smiled shyly. I gave away the simplified version before. Although the effect was good, it was much smaller. Oh, is there a better one? Several people did not bother about the simplified version Zhou Jixi mentioned, but directly asked about the relationship. Yes, you also know that this thing is expensive. If I give you an expensive one, I can't afford it, Zhou Jixi said. As he said that, he took out a small box from his arms. This is the best incense I made. You seniors can take a look first. As he said that, he opened the wooden box he took out. Several people looked over and saw that the incense inside was a little thicker than before, but the smell was indeed more mellow and refreshing. Several people took the one in Zhou Jixi's hand and wanted to pass it around. The old man who knew medicine was delighted and said, good stuff. The effect of the smell alone is much better than your previous batch. Zhou Jixi laughed a few times. Of course, I want to sell it at a higher price, so I can't help but keep some tricks, but this fragrance is just a little more. The powder of the second generation mother leaves synthesized in the space. The effect is much better than the previous fragrance. The other people also nodded. Although they were not knowledgeable people, they could still distinguish the smell and the effect on the body. It's really much better. I didn't expect that this is the complete fragrance. Good stuff. It's really good stuff. That Mr. Huo couldn't help but sigh. This incense can calm your mind when you light it. I believe everyone here knows the effect. Compared to the previous one, this incense can be absorbed well, even if you don't sleep. You only need to close your eyes and rest for a while to get the same effect as before. And if you use it more often every day, it will have certain benefits for the body's immunity and anti-aging. Zhou Jixi began to introduce it. Yeah. Several people nodded, agreeing with what Zhou Jixi said. So this is a box of 30 cigars. I won't charge more for each box. The price of a box is 100,000 US dollars. I won't do any bidding with you seniors. As for those white people and Jews, if there is not enough, they may have to do a bidding model. After listening to Zhou Jixi's words, everyone smiled happily. This kid is really good to his own people. This box is only 100,000 US dollars. To be honest, it is not expensive. Lighting one a day is only more than 100 US dollars. With their wealth, it is a piece of cake. It is much more expensive than smoking some high-end cigars. Seeing the expressions of the people sitting there, Zhou Jixi slowly began to say, of course, it is because of this, and because of the limited quantity, so the seniors here today, I can only sell in limited quantities. He paused to see if they had any other opinions. Mr. Huo is the most powerful and the richest among these people, so he took the initiative to say, well, we can understand what you said, you continue. Okay, then I will continue. I calculated that for my incense, it is actually enough to light one a day, so if there are 30 sticks in a box, then in the 12 months of a year, each person can only buy 13 boxes at most, which is also the limit of what I can give to everyone. But every 6 months, those who have taken it can ask me if I have any stock, and I will see if I can sell it again. I don't know if you seniors think this is feasible. Zhou Jixi told a few people about his idea. The advantage of this is that everyone does not know how much he has sold. He can also use this to make friends with some people and expand his network in the future. Everyone has benefited from him. Sometimes when he has something to ask for, everyone will help him. Zhou Jixi has been thinking about this double-edged sword for a long time. The people sitting there also looked at each other and expressed their satisfaction with this statement, especially since they would have the opportunity to buy it again in half a year. This is the key. They dare not guarantee that their old friends would not ask them for a little bit if they knew about the good things they had. There are only so many things, and if they take them, they will have less, which will be difficult. Fortunately, they can buy it again. Well, Jess, you think well, it's very humane. We all agree with what you said. Haha, thank you for your care, seniors. Zhou Jixi said. Don't say that, it's you who takes care of us old guys. Mr. Huo took out the checkbook, wrote down the number of 1.3 million for Zhou Jixi, and then tore it off and handed it to him. Zhou Jixi took a look and took it without hesitation. Now that it's a business, he feels at ease to take the money. Think about it. For this good thing, these rich people only need to spend more than 1 million US dollars a year. They can enjoy it for a year, and the effect is still beneficial in many ways. For those who are rich and care about their health, this thing is really worth it. In fact, if you convert it carefully, for people who have planes and yachts, the maintenance and insurance fees alone in a year are 1/10 or 2/10 of their prices. A yacht that costs more than 20 million will cost 2 or 3 million a year in maintenance. Private jets worth over 100 million will cost over 10 million in maintenance. Update fast pure text. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 407. This money is easy to make. As far as private jets are concerned, the fuel cost for an intercontinental round-trip flight alone is hundreds of thousands of dollars. For long-distance round-trip flights, the fuel cost is hundreds of thousands. This is because the oil in the United States is relatively cheap. If it is a country with expensive oil, such as China, the price is amazing. Think about the sketch uncle in northeast China, who gets a few thousand yuan for his appearance fee every year on the Spring Festival Gala. Just taking his own private jet back and forth, the fuel cost is hundreds of thousands, and he has to pay the crew's overtime pay for the new year, plus the red envelope for New Year's Eve. This is a loss-making job. It makes sense that he doesn't want to go to the Spring Festival Gala. As for his fragrance, it is just a drizzle for the rich. Zhou originally prepared a box of $50,000, but when he thought about the fact that his watermelon could be photographed for $200, it is reasonable for his fragrance with a magical ancient oriental color to be a little more expensive. So in just a short period of time, he doubled the value of this incense to $100,000 per box. If a rich man wants to light one every day, the annual cost is $1.3 million. This price is enough to buy a supercar. But they don't mind. How can Zhou complain about too much money? This is only sold to this part of the Chinese. Like other white people, Jews, and black people, these people give Zhou so much money, it depends on his mood, whether he wants to buy them or not. The people present saw that Mr. Huo wrote a check, and they started writing it without hesitation. Moreover, these people planned to wait and ask their sons or daughters to contact Zhou. I believe that with their relationship, Zhou can't help but sell his friends. Thinking of these people, they smiled even more. Some younger people who were not Zhou's friends also thought of this and suddenly became depressed, planning to go back and ask their children to get into Zhou's circle of friends. You should get to know more friends like Zhou and don't go after those bad friends. After collecting the check, Zhou thought it was better to pick up the goods on the spot so as to avoid shipping them one by one. And judging from their expressions, they probably wanted to get the incense as soon as possible so that they could light some after taking a shower and changing clothes and enjoy the relaxation that they don't usually see. Uncles, wait a minute, I'll ask someone to bring the goods over and you can take it back directly. I think everyone wants to put this breakfast at home to try, and I can't delay the uncle's interest. Zhou said. Haha. Okay. You kid has thought of us. In this case, I'll ask your people to get it quickly. The old guy wants to go back and light one to try. I got some from Sanction these few days, and I can't bear to open it. I have to light one 2 or 3 times. Now that I have it myself, I don't have to be so stingy, said Mr. Huo. What Mr. Huo said is true. Isn't that how we all got here? My kid received Jess's stuff and hid it very well. If I hadn't seen it, there wouldn't be much left in his nest, but there aren't many left in my hands either. I break one into 2 every day. Sometimes I want to beat my loser to death, said Qiu Weeman, a Chinese American sitting next to him. His son and Zhou are fuck buddies. They have a pretty good relationship when they fool around together. So Zhou also sent him some incense, but with that kid's brain, he didn't have any evil things, otherwise he might not be able to untie it when he gets old, or he might as well just chop it open with a knife. Haha, we saw Jack gave it to me himself, but he asked me for 500,000 yuan to buy a sports car with just a few. I still learned from Weeman that this guy had 30 cigarettes in his hand, and this is how much he gave me. I was so angry that I wanted to beat that bastard. I asked him to give me the rest, but he refused to do it and insisted that I use force. Another sturdy Chinese said. But Zhou thought that this guy looked like a gangster, and there was even a tattoo on his right arm. But when he heard the person who bought the car, Zhou knew who it was. He didn't expect that the elegant friend had such a domineering father. No wonder he complained to him last time, saying that he robbed his father of a bunch of things and left with a domineering check. At the beginning, he only had a few cigarettes, but he was able to get 500,000 yuan from his father. He was reluctant to light up the remaining 20 or so cigarettes. In the end, his father gave him 500,000 yuan and took it all. He wanted to say that he really had no shortage of money now. The car had already been bought. What he lacked now was the fragrance. But thinking of his father's fist as big as a sandbag, he thought it would be better to take a long-term view on this matter. In the end, He didn't pay attention to Zhou Jixi. He knew that the gifts Zhou Jixi gave in the early stage were for promotion. He didn't accept a dime from him, so he was even more embarrassed to ask him for more. He wanted to ask Huang Darling for some, but he didn't expect that his father took all of them and left a few for him. So how could Huang Darling give him all the rest? In the end, it turned out that the little boy was still destined to be defeated. After a few minutes of silence for his friend, Zhou Jixi estimated that if he came to buy, this domineering father would also take away a lot. And if he bought less, it is estimated that the fist as big as a sandbag would fall on him. Thinking of the funny scene, Zhou Jixi couldn't help laughing. The sales of incense and the farm are not in the same account, so Zhou Jixi plans to hand over the financial affairs directly to his personal accountant, to make a personal account and separate it from the farm. But he doesn't need him now. Wait until David has sorted out the farm's accounts and then ask him to do it. Soon, his little nanny and personal assistant, the Japanese-American Miko, drove over in an environmentally friendly car. The car stopped in front of Zhou Jixi and others. The moment Miko got out of the car, the two big white rabbits began to shake. Zhou Jixi couldn't help swallowing his saliva and couldn't help sighing in his heart. It's so big, it's a pity that it's just a piece of grass in the backyard. It's not delicious and can't be eaten. Besides, there are many women in the world. Why eat grass in the backyard? It's just a mess for yourself. Miko shook her big breasts and came over with a little sweat on her face. Her round face was still red, looking very cute and attractive. At first, it was like a red apple, and I wanted to take a bite to try. But this blush may have just helped to move things. Boss, the things you want are here. Take a look. Are they right? Miko was still wearing a small dress. It seemed that she was still at the cocktail party just now. She called Zhou Jixi and asked him to go to the villa to help with things. Didn't I ask Wu to help move? You look so tired, Zhou Jixi asked with concern. Otherwise how could he show that he was a good boss? I saw that Xiu Engine was tired helping alone, so I also wanted to help, but Xiu Engine kept telling me not to do it. Please don't blame Xiu Engine. I just wanted to complete the task assigned by you as soon as possible. Mizi bowed and explained the matter, and also showed her seriousness and responsibility. Okay, I don't mean to say anything, but I think Xiu must be very depressed. Zhou Jixi said that he could think that Wu Ziyuan really didn't need her help, and Mizi probably insisted on helping, thinking that she was the boss's assistant, and she was an old man. Wu Ziyuan couldn't say anything about this little thing, so he could only let her do it, which probably delayed the progress a lot. Mizi couldn't help but blush when she heard what Zhou Jixi said, and immediately remembered that she had just made things more troublesome. She didn't expect the boss to be so powerful and could guess it at once. Okay, come with me. We will help me distribute the stuff. Okay, boss. A dozen people inside also came out. No one was polite to Zhou Jixi. He didn't need to say anything. Compared with the young people inside, they helped Zhou Jixi take down the boxes on the car body. There were a total of 14 unlabeled packaging boxes on it. These were all packed in boxes of 12. At first, I didn't think it through and thought of 30 sticks a month. A year is 12 months, so I just ignored the big and small months. But later, when I thought about it, I was too lazy to change it. Anyway, it was packed, so it was like this. The box on the car was not very big. It was a rectangular cardboard box. It looked ordinary, but the things inside were really priceless. These things in the car are now worth more than 10 million US dollars. There are 12 boxes in this box. I didn't think it through before, so I only put 12 in the box. Later, I thought it through, but I was too lazy to change it. When everyone returns home, they don't need this cardboard box anyway, he said and opened a box. Suddenly, the wooden box inside was revealed, with a light and elegant smell on it. But there was no fragrance emanating from it, and the ceiling seemed to be very good. There was a lotus pattern on the box, but it covered the entire box. There was a lotus in the middle, and lotus leaves were on the side. And the lotus on the box did not look ordinary either, and each petal looked extremely exquisite. The wooden box was 25 centimeters high, 10 centimeters wide, and about 5 centimeters thick, so it was not difficult to hold it in the hand. It's really a good thing, Jess. Your box for perfume looks different. It's a really good box that can keep the fragrance from emanating and dissipating. As he said that, he opened the box, and the fragrance immediately came out from inside. He sniffed it carefully. The fragrance of the box and the fragrance have become better after communicating with each other. It's incredible. Chapter 408. Very good selling. Zhou Jixi received more than 10 million from the Chinese tycoon, but these were all untaxed sums. Fortunately, Zhou Jixi was planning to sell them under other names. This matter could be done by professionals, otherwise what was the point of supporting them with so much money? Zhou Jixi's circle of friends was quite large. This Chinese circle was the first one he visited, and he visited 2 more in succession. He also sold a lot of incense in this way, but he didn't stay as long as the first one, just chatting with everyone to build relationships. Some people wanted to get to know each other, but Mizi, who followed behind him, had to work harder. While others were buying things and filling out checks, she also had to write down the information of the people, so that if Zhou Jixi couldn't recognize them in the future, he could still remind them. But it was a bit difficult for her before, but now she can eat and drink well after following Zhou Jixi, and the food she eats contains the spiritual energy in the space, which is still good for improving brain power. California is a continent of immigrants. Here you can see almost all the races in the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are diverse. Zhou Jixi's friends do not have so many people of other ethnicities. However, Chinese people are definitely the majority, and the rest are white people, black people, and Jews. There are also Indians. Who says that programmers in this poor country are doing very well in outsourcing business? Zhou Jixi also met a few Indian brothers through several Apple parties. Even at Facebook parties, you can smell the curry on the Indian brothers. So it is normal for him to have Indians here. Although most people in the Indian brothers country are poor, the wealthy class is also very awesome. They sign checks without paying attention to buying things, and call friends or employees in Indian to come over to fill in the quota and buy more. Zhou Jixi just memorized it in his mind and asked the goblins in the space to translate it, and then he knew what these people were talking about. But since someone is willing to spend more money, he is willing to pretend that he doesn't know. Just buy if you like. Anyway, although he told people that there were not many goods, as long as there was space, he could have as many as he wanted. He really made money from business. If it weren't for the restrictions of various factors, he would have sold them directly. Why is he so miserable now? Of course, the Jews are indispensable. This is a very famous ethnic group in the upper class of the United States. It goes without saying that there are many rich people. Even his friend Mark Zuckerberg is Jewish. After chatting with several wealthy people from Jewish investment institutions, after they paid the checks and left, Zhou Jixi hurried to greet Steve Jobs. This guy just chatted with several Apple executives and the families of senior executives of investment institutions that have shares in Apple. Mark Cooper's family and Art Levinson's family gathered together in a circle and chatted happily. After greeting customers several times, Zhou Jixi was a little tired. Although he liked this thing at the beginning, he was a little annoyed after doing it too much, especially when there were no beautiful women next to the rich people who were buying things. He was a little bored looking at a bunch of short and fat old men. Hey, look, our protagonist today, Lucky Jess Zhou, is here. Man, you made a lot today. It's really enviable. Art Levinson walked over to the side with a glass of champagne, looked at Zhou Jixi, and said to everyone with a smile, "Indeed, I have good luck today, and it seems that there will be a long-term gold mine in the future. As you said, what can be more fortunate than this?" Zhou Jixi took the champagne handed over by Mizi behind him, raised his hand to signal to the people, and everyone smiled and raised their glasses with Zhou Jixi, and then took a sip. "Come on, man, talk to us. Your watermelon is really great." Mark Cooper also said to Zhou Jixi, "Oh, no, for that watermelon I can only say that maybe God has favored me, otherwise how could I grow such a magical watermelon? Of course, it is also possible that it is a miracle of nature, but this is really great," Zhou Jixi said evasively. Well, the crowd did not go into it. For this thing that can make so much money, even they could not say anything more to others. Maybe it is just a very simple truth. Maybe others have not thought of it, but Zhao suddenly did it, and then the watermelon became so delicious. If he says too much, maybe it will be seen as a sign, which is obviously not worth the gain. Cheers to our magical nature and the omnipresent God. One person raised his glass and said, and everyone followed suit, regardless of whether it was God or not. Even Jobs, a Buddhist, raised his glass, so Zhao, a Pan believer, needless to say, had already raised his glass to congratulate. After chatting for a few words, he followed a few men to talk about the main topic. In addition to liking watermelons, everyone came here for the desire for fragrance. Several conscious people also walked a few steps to the side, and even Job's neighbor followed. This was because Helen thought this neighbor was a good person, and Zhao sent 2 invitations to their home, one of which was hers. So sending an invitation card to the neighbor was okay. Well, I have just met several groups of people, and everyone is interested in incense, so I won't say anything more. It's very simple. I will just say 2 points. First, the last time I gave you a simplified version of incense, this time the official version is better than the last time. He gestured to Mizi who was following behind, and took out a few samples for these people to see. After taking them in their hands, several people looked at Steve Jobs. He did know a little about this. After all, he was a Buddhist, and he must have a better understanding of the medicinal incense that was a bit similar to Buddhist incense than they did. The smell is richer and more intense than the batch we have, and the diameter of the incense is also a circle larger than the last one, and I can still smell it. It seems that Jess's is more advanced than the last one. Steve Jobs said. The second point is that the raw materials for making incense are really limited. Sometimes if I can't purchase herbs, I may face the crisis of out of stock. So everyone is limited to buy, and can only buy a year's supply at most, which is 13 boxes. Zhao just stopped and waited for them, and then continued. I don't like this number very much. Zhao also smiled when he heard it. I don't like it very much either, but who told me that when I applied for the package, each box only contained 30 sticks, and there are obviously 12 months in a year. Considering the big month, there is no way for you to buy 13 boxes. Well, listening to you say this, I suddenly feel that this number can actually bring good luck. Art Levinson continued. Then Zhao told them that every 6 months, he would check if his stock was sufficient, and then they would have a chance to buy. Several people nodded happily. Some even thought that, although the size of this one looked much larger than the last one, it should be enough for a couple to use at home. If they were to save a little and use one every 2 days, it would be enough. But no one could guarantee that some of their friends, relatives, business partners, etc. would also need this thing. Obviously, with the share they had, he would not be able to make it through the year. Several people also started writing checks as usual. Zhao didn't need to ask Mizi to pick it up now. Wu Ziyuan brought 2 men to help deliver it in a golf cart. Mizi went directly to fill in the information, sorted it into an electronic document, and entered it into the computer to make a customer database so that Zhao could find them later. The cocktail party was over, and the guests who came were looking at them a little strangely. Many people were carrying a box, and some were holding a wooden box in their hands, walking among them. When some people wanted to ask what it was, they always smiled, but didn't say anything. But if they were good friends, they would still whisper a few words to them. The listeners were a little skeptical. Those who had a better relationship would directly give him a sample, and the person would smell it, and feel that it was a good thing. At this time, there were also smart people who followed to take a look and followed silently. When they started walking, everyone thought they knew it, so they didn't say much. Some of those who believed in it ran back to find Alina. Some went directly to find Zhao, hoping to buy some of this incense. Although Zhao felt a little annoyed, he couldn't refuse someone who came to give him money. Seeing more than a dozen people coming, he didn't say much. After greeting them one by one, he asked Mizi to light a stick of incense and show these people the effect directly. It saved him from talking nonsense. These people experienced this feeling directly, and their bodies felt much better and their spirits were much better. Without further ado, more than 1 million is nothing. To the wealthy who enjoy life, health and comfort can be bought with just a few $1 million. It is too easy to bear this. Especially for some people who spend too much brain power. Lighting a stick of this incense really makes them feel refreshed, and their brains are not as heavy as before. After the brain is relaxed, maybe a random idea can bring billions of rewards. Fast update Pure Text Chapter 409 Reporter. Zhou sold so many boxes, but no one said they would only buy a few boxes. They just bought as many as they could. This made him realize that the wealth of these rich people was not to be underestimated. Think about Zhou, who had a total of more than 1 billion in assets, but he still couldn't afford to buy a sports car, not to mention yachts and planes. These guys were all rented when they used them. His life was easy. He bought so many Apple stocks and still owed a lot of debt to the bank. It would be strange if he didn't feel any pressure. So sometimes he didn't dare to spend money casually. After all, he was reborn, and he didn't know how many ways to make money. Some projects were too small and couldn't make that much money. Some were things he had never come into contact with in his previous life. That is, the Internet of Things upstarts such as Apple, Google, and Facebook, and he knew a lot about them. Of course, the domestic 365 Baidu, and so on seemed to be growing quite fast. But he didn't have any spare money to buy this. After sending off the last batch of customers, Zhou felt like he was floating in a dream. It has never been so easy to make money. I have accumulated it for so long, and today it finally burst out. Miko, how many people did you just write down? Zhou's mouth was a little dry, and even his voice became a little hoarse. Misa's condition at this time was not much better. Although it was not her money, it was incredible to see the boss making so much money in one night. She was like floating in the wind now, full of unreality. Boss, there are a total of 57 people written down today, but there are 66 checks received. Some of them are your friends. It doesn't matter if you ask me not to count them, because there were quite a lot of people at that time, so I didn't write down those people. Mizi explained to Zhou. Yeah. He nodded to show that he knew, and then said, it's okay, I have the information of those people, I can enter it myself when I go back tonight. Then he took out dozens of checks in his hand. He began to count the tickets one by one. 1, 2, 3. There are 66 tickets in total, 85.8 million. Oh my god, this money is too easy to make. Zhou has made this comment for the nth time today. However, only those who have earned over 100 million in one day can understand how easy it is to make money. 100 million US dollars is basically a sum that dozens of people can never earn in their entire lives. He earned it in just one day, which is a bit too fantastic to think about. Fuck, there are 24 hours in a day, and I have collected almost 120 million today. Divided by this, I'm still making more than 5 million per hour. I can earn ** million US dollars per minute. Converted into Chinese currency, sister, I can really make hundreds of thousands per minute. This is an income, not the kind of income that others make. This is too awesome. My little heart can't stand it now. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Zhou's mind is now very prone to random thoughts, and he is always mumbling something. However, because the speed of speech is quite fast, Mizi next to him can't hear it clearly, and she is also in a daze now. Her mind is full of questions about how this money can be so easy to make, and she is constantly thinking about it, and she has no intention of watching Zhou now. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for Zhou. Holding the checks written by dozens of people, each of which is for 1.3 million US dollars. It is crazy to think about it. If all of this is converted into US dollars and thrown on the bed, it would probably be quite annoying. Paper money seems to be a bit hard to make a bed. Nikki did not stay here to accompany Zhou tonight. She came here today to put down her work. After the party, she wanted to find Zhou to be intimate, but Zhou was busy greeting guests and selling incense. He still took a little time to send Nikki, Paris and their friend Olivia. Fortunately, Nikki didn't care about this and didn't cause him trouble. However, after the guests were sent to the parking lot at the gate of the farm by the environmental protection car, the guests drove out and came to the periphery of Zhou's farm. The reporters who were waiting in a serious state hurriedly surrounded them. Of course, if you don't want to interview, just drive away from the side passage and don't stop. Those who want to be on the headlines or tomorrow's news will slow down, roll down the windows, and chat with reporters casually. As public figures of some listed companies, they sometimes have to chat with reporters. Ah, that's Steve Jobs' car. A reporter who had been staring at the car coming out shouted loudly after seeing the license plate and model. Others didn't say much and immediately picked up their cameras and video cameras and pressed them like they were free. Suddenly, the surroundings were as bright as day and the sound of click, click was heard everywhere. Mr. Jobs, I'm a reporter from the San Francisco Daily News. Can I ask a question? Mr. Jobs, what event are you attending tonight? Mr. Jobs, so many Apple executives and board members are gathering today. Are they discussing some decisions? Can you talk about it? The female reporter held the microphone and reached directly to Jobs, who had rolled down the window. With her waist and hips, she was skilled in squeezing and blocking other colleagues next to her. She quickly squeezed into a better position and asked questions before others could react. Jobs smiled and looked at the reporter and said gracefully, "Madam, although there are a lot of questions here, I may not be able to answer them all, but what I can tell you is that today is just a small auction with a private invitation. There are no high-level people gathering to discuss any secrets." The female reporter was excited when she saw Steve Jobs answering her, but she still looked professional and asked, "Can you explain why there are so many Apple executives on the scene today, and most of the people here are Democratic supporters?" Seeing that the woman's questions were a bit too much, although Jobs knew that these were the case, his face was not much better. "Madam, I think the political inclinations of the guests are not something I, as a guest, should be concerned about. Also, today we are attending an invitation meeting for members of the Apple Board of Directors. As a company with a good atmosphere, we are of course very happy to attend the invitation of our colleagues." After he said this, the people present immediately remembered that Apple had a new board member recently, but there was nothing else about him except his name and stock information. Even if the media greeted Apple's spokesperson, they did not elaborate on this new director. "I didn't expect that this large farm was actually the private property of this director. Although I know that this director is the largest individual circulating stockholder in the market, I didn't expect that he is so rich outside." When they were here, they did a lot of research. This farm is one of the largest private farms in California, worth $300 million US. It has developed well recently and has increased in value. "Mr. Jobs, can you talk about this director Zhou?" Someone quickly asked this. The reporter's intuition felt that this could be a breakthrough point. Maybe it will become a hot topic in the newspaper. Jess is a great young man with a lot of ideas and creativity. His joining Apple also makes the management team younger. I believe this will also allow us to get closer to the market and understand the ideas of young people more. Jobs said. Young people. The reporters thought that the young people Jobs was talking about might be very young compared to them, and they would probably be around 30 years old. Several reporters here continued to ask Jobs, and Mark Zuckerberg, his girlfriend and friend Scene also came out. Originally, he didn't want to bother with the reporters, but Scene felt that as a CEO, he still had to have a good relationship with the media, although few of these guys wrote good things about him when he was in the lawsuit. But there were also a few who supported his criticism. "Mr. Zuckerberg, I'm a reporter from the Boston Globe. May I ask?" Although the reporter was different, the question was still similar to the one above. "This is a private invitation. Jess and I are friends," Mark Zuckerberg said, then paused and said, "Well, he is also our colleague. If you have read the recent announcement on our website, you will know that he is a member of our Facebook board of directors." Wow. Some reporters just asked Jobs at Apple, but they didn't expect that Jess Zhou is also a shareholder of Facebook. It seems that he also holds shares personally. Oh my god, where did this rich man come from? How come I didn't know about him before? "Mr. Zuckerberg, are you talking about Jess Zhou?" "Yes, that's Jess," Mark said to a reporter in the crowd. Obviously this person usually pays attention to the development of Facebook, otherwise he really doesn't know Jess Zhou. "Mr. Zuckerberg, can you talk about Jess Zhou?" At this time, the reporters saw that Zhou was interacting with so many celebrities, and he was also a member of the board of directors of two of the hottest companies now, and he held high personal shares. It would be really strange if they were not interested. Chapter 410 Interview. Hey, Bieber, can you talk about your relationship with Zhou? Are the pictures on your Facebook taken at her house? What is the purpose of your coming here? Do you feel pressured by being with these business tycoons? The reporters from Entertainment Weekly asked a lot of questions. Justin Bieber's temper is still good now. After all, he has not been famous for too long. Compared with his later bad personality, he is a good kid now. But he was a little upset when asked by this reporter. He was smiling at first, but now he is a little quiet. Fortunately, his agent reminded him in the car, and Justin Bieber smiled and answered a few questions randomly. That was indeed filmed at Jess's house. I'm also very happy to see that fans like it. Bieber said first, and then said, I still have a little bit of the pressure you mentioned, but Jess's friends are all very enthusiastic, and there is also Mr. Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. He is much better in person than in the movie, Social Network. Stan Kroenke in the distance didn't even look at these damn reporters. He drove away directly. Those reporters also saw this silent Stan in the eyes of the media and knew that Stan never liked to deal with them. But knowing that, they still filmed them. Shoot more. There will be materials tomorrow, right? Sometimes the less you say, the happier the reporters are. Fortunately, the big newspapers dare not write about him casually, and the small gossip newspapers don't sell much when they write about him. Sometimes he is just used as a scrap to increase the newspaper's page space. And Stan Kroenke doesn't like facing fluorescent lights, but there are people who like it, especially those who like to be exposed in the media. One is Paris Hilton, who is famous for being in the headlines, and the other is Donald Trump. The two know each other. In the past, Paris signed a contract with Trump's modeling company. Later, she wanted to work on her own, so she didn't renew the contract. However, the relationship between the two is not bad. The last name Hilton can definitely bring her some benefits. Miss Paris, please talk. The reporter started asking again. Paris stopped the car and followed the two women. It was better for them to take clearer photos if the girls came down. Donald on the other side also came over and introduced a short interview with the girls. It was nothing more than talking about Zhou, celebrities on the farm, the theme of today's auction, and what news there was. Paris now has several microphones in her hands, with words like New York Daily News, Times, Newsweek, and Entertainment Weekly. My younger sister Nikki and Olivia also took a few, including the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, USA Today, the Washington Post, Hot Video 1, American Celebrity News Network, and CNN. The reporters outside, and the guests who got off the car, the bodyguards could only go up to help maintain order. Although they were now out of the farm, they were also guests invited by the big boss. Those who like exposure are not mentioned, and some people who don't like exposure really don't want to bother with reporters. With the guests and reporters who came for interviews, the road was blocked, and it was difficult for the cars behind to pass. The bodyguard saw that the reporters did it on purpose, wanting to slow down the car, so that they would have time to go up and see who was inside, and maybe take some photos. So the tall and strong bodyguards outside went up first, and then called out the backup team, and then the road was cleared again. Zhou originally wanted to go out to join in the fun, but at that time he was already with the accountant. Compared to watching the fun, it was more comfortable to look at the money. In the evening, the group returned home. Zhou was smiling and holding Niu and Xianshan all the way. Dad will take you and Xianshan shopping tomorrow, okay? We will buy whatever we see. Dad will buy you whatever you like. Really? Niu said with a little doubt. You know, although Zhou is rich, the child is entrusted to the old lady to help educate. She still controls the child's money and consumption very tightly. Even he, as a father, sometimes has no say. Zhou hesitated for a moment, thinking about what his father said to him when he was a child. Although he didn't buy too many things after he went out, he was happy for several days. Thinking of this, he looked at his daughter and said, of course, Dad will make a promise with you. Yeah. Thank you, Dad. Niunia heard Zhao Jixi's words of confirmation and immediately promised his head full of saliva and started to chew. Uncle, there is also Xianshan. I wanted to. The niece sitting on the left arm was a little unhappy. She thought she didn't have her share, so she started to shake Zhao Jixi. Yes, how could uncle forget our most adorable Xianshan? Tomorrow you and your sister go together, and we'll go shopping. Zhao Jixi said this with great pride, and it was obvious that a man with money in his pocket would have a different tone. Bo, thank you, uncle. Xianshan smiled happily and kissed Zhao Jixi. He had said all the words, but he still looked at the old lady. Although he always wanted to be a good father, he couldn't make up his mind. Usually, the child was left to the nanny and the old lady, so whoever took care of the child had the final say. Okay, you just need to save a little tomorrow. Children should not be spoiled too much, the old lady said to Zhao Jixi softly. It saved his face as the male owner and a father. Zhao Jixi smiled when he heard this. I know, master. It's all my fault that I'm not a good father. That's good to know. Sometimes you just can't change. You should have a serious relationship when you have time. You're not a child anymore. The old lady said to Zhao Jixi. A serious relationship? Zhao Jixi muttered to himself as he looked at the old lady's back as she walked away. His expression became a little confused as he spoke. He had never thought about this. Forget it. Maybe I'll fall in love with her if I meet her. Zhao Jixi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Chapter 411. Encounter. New Year's Eve. I wish you all a prosperous new year. P.S. Zhou Yao. Today is the New Year's Eve. Zhou Yao would like to wish everyone a happy new year first. I wish you all good health, immediate success, and great fortune in the year of the horse. May those who play cards win money, may blind dates succeed, may the whole family be healthy, and may sex be happy. The day after the auction, Zhao Jixi got up early and drove to the nearest city, Mixi, with his daughter and niece. He wanted to enjoy a good day with them, but it is a pain for children to get up, no matter where they are. Today is still a lucky day. The two children knew yesterday that they were going to play today, which made them very excited at night, and they slept quite late. Fortunately, Zhao Jixi brought fruits and spring water to replenish their energy. Only then did he get up the two children who were a little bit restless. Niu, be good and brush your teeth quickly. And Xianshan, stop playing with water. Hurry up and pick up the toothbrush and brush your teeth. Zhao Jixi held a toothbrush in his mouth and gave instructions to the two children. He had already washed his teeth once, but his daughter and niece insisted that they would not wait for them, so he washed them again. Dad, my sister is playing with bubbles again. Niu looked at Xianshan, who was brushing her teeth and playing with bubbles with the toothpaste foam in her mouth, and she told Zhao Jixi about it. Zhao Jixi looked over and saw that this naughty child was really capable of making trouble. He could even play with toothpaste foam, which was much better than when he used to pee and play in the mud when he was a child. But of course he couldn't laugh at this time. He had a serious expression and said, Xianshan, brush your teeth quickly. We are getting ready to go. If you are not ready, your uncle and sister will leave soon. Xianshan looked up at Zhao Jixi's serious expression and started brushing her teeth immediately. Right away, I'll be done soon. Uncle and sister, can you slow down a little? Wait for me. The little girl sounded a little aggrieved, but Zhao Jixi couldn't really tell where she was aggrieved. Okay, don't worry, Xianshan. Your uncle and sister will wait for you. Zhao Jixi quickly tried to comfort her. Usually when Mizi and the old lady were taking care of them, they were all very well behaved. Why did it become like this when it was his turn? After thinking for a while, Zhao Jixi decided that he should not think about finding one anymore. If he continued to think about it, he would probably be an incompetent father. He stopped talking quickly. After all, the two of them were taking care of the children. One was professional and the other was experienced. It was understandable that they couldn't compete. When they came down to have breakfast, with the old lady in charge, the two children didn't dare to make too much noise, and they finished their meal quietly. Looking at the old lady who didn't understand, but was as strong as a mountain, Zhao Jixi sighed in his heart. It was true that having an old person in the family was like having a treasure. After taking the two of them out, the two children ran around with him like a galloping wild horse. In this situation, I don't know who is playing with whom. He could only follow behind helplessly. The three of them went to the Park in the center of Merst to play. Merst is a small city, so there are no amusement parks like Disney. There are some small amusement parks, but for these little kids, it is enough. After all, the projects in large amusement parks all have height requirements. And the height of the two little girls is obviously the type of people who can only ride on wooden horses. Dad, come and play with us quickly. Niu said to Zhou while sitting on the wooden horse. He looked at the size of the wooden horse made by his daughter. It was a small horse specially for children to sit on. He imagined the consequences of sitting on it. With his strong physique, he would look like Sanmi if he sat on it. No, Dad will just watch you play. Haha. The little girl was having fun, and the two of them were laughing. Niu said again, okay, but Dad, this is really fun, don't you try it? Let's not do that. Dad doesn't like it. Really, I promise. Just play by yourselves. Zhou said, shaking his head. Because he wanted to train his children's English skills, Zhou tried his best to ask his daughters to speak English in daily conversations. He just finished speaking when he saw that the middle-aged white man next to him looked at him with understanding. Your two daughters are very cute, just like beautiful little angels. The man praised. I'm whole kid, the man said, and was about to reach out to shake hands with Zhou. Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Kid. I'm Jess Zhou. You can call me Zhou or Jess. After the introduction, he looked at his daughters who were on the merry-go-round. They are my little angels in my heart. The man heard Zhou's introduction, looked at him, as if he suddenly realized, are you Jess Zhou? Zhou was a little dizzy after hearing this. If he is not Zhou, then who is he? He has already introduced himself. Is this person mentally ill? He thought about it and couldn't help but look at this person with a scrutinizing eye. Seeing Zhou's strange look, Haljide explained, oh, I'm the owner of the vineyard next to yours. I have heard your name recently, but I haven't met you in person. I'm a little surprised to see you so young. Oh. Zhou nodded. Stream farm. He immediately thought of this. When he was arranging the farm recently, his friend just looked at the geography around him, and the place next to his vineyard was a stream farm. Yes, it seems that Mr. Zhou has a good memory, Haljide said. Okay, is that your daughter? Zhou smiled lightly and gestured to the little girl who was sitting on the wooden horse and laughing happily, and looked here from time to time and said, well, she is my baby, Haljide said happily. Since he couldn't make wooden horses with his children, Zhou started chatting with the man. His family's farm is also a comprehensive farm, located in the central region. To be honest, the land there is much higher than the land in Zhou's farm. Zhou's farm is a sky farm. It looks large, but there are also many lands that cannot be used. If he didn't have the space to add vitality to those lands and irrigate them with the vitality water in the space, those lands would not be so fertile now. Another point is that there are a lot of water rights in his farm, so this is one of the reasons why the valuation was high at the beginning. In the United States, which is so developed, it still faces drought crisis. Without enough water rights, when encountering a drought year, even if you get tax benefits from the government, it won't be much better. I heard that there are professional security guards on your farm. Haljide asked Zhou with some curiosity. Well, yes, I hope my family can have a certain degree of security protection, instead of asking the police for help after something happens. Zhou didn't say much, and explained it gently. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 412, Another Chance Encounter. Although Haljide was a little puzzled by Zhou's explanation, he thought that it might be due to cultural differences or differences in status, so he did not deny his ideas. I heard that your farm has begun to increase the number of cattle and sheep raised, Haljide asked Zhou. Well, I invested a little money in the farm. It is a waste to raise so few cattle and sheep for such a large farm, Zhou said. Indeed, I saw Mr. Bud's business strategy before, and I wanted to rent a grassland in the Sky Farm. Unfortunately, he did not agree. I wanted to see if I could rent it when the farm changed its owner, but Atwood said that the boss would never agree. This also makes me feel a little regretful, Jide said to Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi looked at this man with a little puzzlement. No wonder he kept talking to him, but he really didn't know about this matter. It seems that Atwood felt that this matter was too small, and even he could decide it. It seems that you have rejected Sky Farm twice, but there will be no chance in the future, because I'm preparing to expand the breeding scale of the farm. Now I have purchased a batch of new cows, and I hope they can reproduce quickly. It doesn't matter. This is also my previous plan. The density of cattle in my farm is already a bit high, so I want to rent a piece of pasture to maintain the soil thickness in the farm. Hall Jim explained to Zhao Jixi. Oh, Zhao Jixi nodded. He didn't want to say anything, but it seemed that there was really nothing to talk about at this time, so he asked casually, what are your plans now? Do you plan to reduce the number of cattle, or find pastures in other locations? Hall Jim was silent for a while, and looked at his daughter. Zhao Jixi saw him like this, and couldn't help feeling strange. Did he say something wrong? I'm ready to sell the farm, so I don't need to consider this now. Hall Jim said a little dull. Sell the farm. Zhao Jixi looked at him in surprise. Hall Jim was no longer silent. He probably thought it was good to have someone to talk to. My marriage has come to an end. I'm preparing for a divorce, and I don't plan to pay half of the cost to keep the farm. In this way, I will have to divide the farm, or go to the bank for a loan. Zhao Jixi didn't say anything but listened quietly, but his mind was doing unusual things. This marriage is really the most unreliable thing. Once the marriage is divorced, half of the property will be removed. Damn, it's too unsafe. And I don't want to take this place anymore. Thinking about the beautiful scenery of my hometown, I want to go back and see it, so I plan to sell the farm and other properties. Hall Jide said to Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi wanted to say something to comfort this person, but he seemed to have only met him once, and he didn't know what to say to him. He could only say, what about your daughter? Have you thought about it? Well, he was also ashamed to bring up the sense of responsibility. Hall looked at his daughter a little sadly. Although this will hurt her, our marriage can't continue to exist because of her. We have tried many times, even with marriage counseling. We have tried our best. Okay. Zhao Jixi didn't know what to say, but for no reason, he felt a little heavy in his heart, and he didn't know why. When the two chatted here, the carousel had already stopped spinning, and the children had played it several times. They had a lot of fun and now wanted to play something else. Zhao Jixi also separated from him with a smile, and took the children to play on the trampoline castle over there. A bunch of children were jumping inside, and there were many colorful balls underneath, and the children could also play in them. When the two little girls saw this, they immediately became interested and pulled Zhao Jixi to line up over there. He looked up at the number of people in front. Fortunately there were only a few people, but most of them were women who brought their children out to play. But there were men as well, but not as many as women. Fortunately, we don't have to queue for an hour or so. If we have to queue up like that, before we have played for a while, we might as well not play at all. Zhao Jixi said softly, but what he was thinking about was the time in his previous life, when he went to Happy Valley with his friends. However, no matter what project it was, he had to queue for half a day. This made people only play a few projects in a day, and they actually spent time queuing. After waiting for a while, the two children ran in and went crazy, and Zhao Jixi could only watch them from the outside. By the way, take a look at some pleasing young women to satisfy your eyes. If possible, it would be best to chat with them and have some in-depth exchanges. There are quite a few women with children, but there are not many good-looking ones. However, there is a woman dressed fashionably who aroused Zhao Jixi's interest. The perky buttocks were wrapped in the light blue tights, and the shape formed made people want to go up and knead them a few times. The slender and balanced legs are slender and pleasing to the eye, and the feet are matched with a pair of high heels, which makes the curve of the lower body more attractive. The upper body is a white shirt, but she tied a bow, revealing her sexy belly button. The protruding curves of the two big white rabbits are also very eye-catching. The white lace cups match the shirt very well. The buttoned position of the shirt seems to reveal only her sexy cleavage, but the deep groove makes people want to explore it. Her neck is very sexy, and her fair skin looks even more translucent under the California sun. What caught Zhao Jixi's attention the most is that this woman is also wearing a jade necklace. The fresh green jade is worn on her body. The combination of the two makes them more eye-catching. Looking up, Zhao Jixi saw a delicate little face, a bit like Huang Xiaoming's girlfriend in China. The woman called something like baby. Good figure, developed chest, delicate face. This is a cabbage. I don't know which pig it was given to. What a waste. Zhao Jixi murmured to himself regretfully. It seems that I have to try to loosen the soil for them. Thinking of this, Zhao Jixi walked over while looking at the woman's neck, but why did his gaze seem to be looking at her chest? The woman also saw Zhao Jixi's fiery eyes, and her chest couldn't help but feel a little swollen. Although she was a little happy to be looked at by a handsome guy, she didn't know how to deal with it when she saw her so naked. This was exactly the feeling Zhao Jixi wanted. He had to leave a deep impression on people when he met her for the first time. He walked over and immediately asked the woman with a smile, "Hello, ma'am, are you alone now?" The woman immediately stretched out her right hand and gestured to Zhao Jixi. "Of course, I'm still alone." Zhao Jixi saw that her action was a bit ridiculous, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood what it meant. However, he didn't mention this, but said to her, "Me too. Can I get to know you?" "Of course, I'm Nancy. Jess Zhao, you can call me Jess." Zhao Jixi said to her with a smile. "Hi, hello Jess." Nancy said to him a little charmingly. "Hello, Nancy, it's incredible to meet such a beautiful girl here." Nancy looked at Zhao Jixi with a smile. "Haha. Thank you for your compliment. I came here to play with my sister's daughter today." "Me too." Zhao Jixi's words were a little vague, but one of them was indeed a niece. However, after he turned it over in his mind, he decided that it was not a good idea to say that, and continued, "And my daughter, but I'm not married." He pointed at them while saying that. Nancy also looked in the direction and felt that both of them looked quite old, but it was obvious that the older child looked more like the man in front of her. She glanced at Zhao Jixi again, bit her lip, and looked at him and said, "It seems that you were able to make up your mind to have a baby when you were in high school. Are you a devout Christian?" No, it's just an accident." "Really, I feel that some things are like too many coincidences coming together, which makes all the impossible possible. For example, in my case, I didn't even know about this child until one day, when I returned to China, my relatives told me that there was a girl who looked very much like you, and we think it might be your daughter." Nancy listened to Zhao Jixi quietly, but it was obvious that Zhao Jixi's story was a little too magical. The more she listened, the more incredible it seemed to her. She looked at Zhao Jixi with surprise, and then looked at NIU in the distance. "Oh my god, it's really." Then I returned to China, and then I recalled that when I was a child, I had an unexpected sexual experience, and my daughter's age also fits this age range. Zhao Jixi continued to tell her the story. "Oh my god, didn't you go for the N test?" Nancy asked in disbelief. "Yes, but I didn't go to see her, because at that time I had been with her for a few days, and I felt that this child was my daughter, and she also lacked a father. And I also feel that I have the ability to provide her with a good quality of life, a good educational environment, and most importantly, fatherly love," Zhao Jixi said. Nancy looked at Zhao Jixi a little emotionally and said, "You will be a great father. I think I'm just a bit fragile. Sometimes I'm afraid to face reality, so I choose to escape." He smiled a little self-deprecatingly, and then continued, "Although I'm still a little far from a great father, I will try my best." Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 413 News. Zhao Jixi had to admit that being a good father was obviously not an easy thing. For example, now, even the time he spent with his sister was limited to when they were playing. When they came out, Zhao Jixi could only say goodbye to Nancy with regret. Just because the little girl ran over like a child, she saw that her father was actually chatting happily with an aunt, and it seemed that he didn't want to pay attention to them. Niu came over with Xianshan and looked at him and said, "You promised to accompany us only today." Zhao Jixi looked at Nancy with a little embarrassment and quickly made an apologetic expression with his eyes. Then he squatted down and said to his daughter and niece, "Of course, I have promised you. I promise to only accompany you to play today, okay?" Niu looked carefully into Zhaojix's eyes, and Qianchen was also looking at him from the side. Do you promise? Yes, I promise. She even stretched out her little finger to make a pinky promise with them. Okay. Niu answered a little dully at first, but Zhaojixi hadn't come to his senses yet. Thinking that she was still unhappy, she and Qianchen suddenly hugged Zhaojixi. Haha. Dad, uncle, is the best dad. Zhaojixi suddenly laughed dumbly and didn't expect to be deceived by the two children. He picked them up a little annoyed and put them on his strong arms. You two are really amazing, and you deceived me. Okay, little princesses, what are we going to play now? I will listen to your instructions today. Nancy was watching the young father and his daughter interacting with each other, and she smiled at them. Well, the two children immediately thought about it, shaking their heads to see if there was anything fun next to them. Sorry, it seems that I can't drink coffee with you today, Zhaojixi said to Nancy, who was still beside him. It's okay, we can when we are free, he said, and looked at the child who was walking next to her. Yes, let's make an appointment next time. Zhaojixi also smiled and said. Then Nancy seemed to secretly pass something to Zhaojixi's hand. He smiled knowingly and closed his hand, then took the two children who were clamoring to play with other things on his arm, to play with other things. He looked back at Nancy, and she also looked at Zhaojixi and made a gesture. Dad, she told you to call next time. Little brat, you are so smart. Of course I know. Zhaojixi kissed his daughter and said to her with a smile. In one day, Zhaojixi accompanied the two little girls to play in the playground for half a day, and then took them to visit some toys that children wanted, and bought a lot of small toys for girls. Unexpectedly, the two girls saw the little girls in the store wearing beautiful and shiny accessories, so they also wanted to wear them. Zhaojixi also went in with the children to shop. In the evening, he drove back to the farm with the two children, who were already happily asleep in the car. Zhaojixi now only felt that women are indeed the same, whether adults or children, they all like to go shopping everywhere. And men are also like women in this regard. When he got home, he asked Mizi to help take care of the child. After a while, Jay Chou went back to his room to rest. He picked up his phone and checked it. He had turned off his phone today to avoid being disturbed. He had just turned it on and there were several missed calls. Then the message texts came in. Justin Bieber, Jess, you are famous, and the two little monkeys in your house are also famous. Have you seen the news today? You are on the headlines. Okay, that's it for now. Call me back when you are free. Bye. Oh, I almost forgot. Don't forget what you promised me. I always remember it. The last sentence was very ambiguous. Jay Chou couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. This little brat is really obsessed with women. But when he said he was famous, he had a hunch when so many reporters came to his farm yesterday, but he didn't know how far these people could report him. Huang Duling's message. Jess, you can check the news. Man, you are on the headlines. Hey, man, I didn't expect you to turn off your phone today. Never mind, I tell you, Jess, you are on the headlines, and it's also reported on our website. I didn't expect that you could even do some publicity. Man, you are really awesome. Haha. Mark Zuckerberg's message was spoken quickly, but Zhaojixi understood it, and it seemed like he had been used to get some publicity. Nikki Hilton, honey, go check today's news. Wow, so many media have your information. Oh my god, you can be found in almost all the entertainment, finance, tea, sports, startup and gossip sections. Okay, that's all. Honey, call me when you are free. Andy, the EO of the game company, also called Jay Chou. Boss, my god, guess what I saw today? I saw you in the newspaper, and you are one of the major individual shareholders of Facebook and Apple. Oh my god, this is amazing. Boss, I think our company will become more popular because of you. There were many people who left messages on the phone. Jay Chou was more and more surprised. He didn't expect that he seemed to be really famous this time. However, he didn't read the newspaper. He turned on the computer and planned to go online. Although the news on the internet is easy to go off topic, the latest news is usually found there. He habitually logged into his Facebook account first. Unexpectedly, there were a couple of followers. His popularity suddenly increased by more than 100,000. Oh my god, what's going on here? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He picked up his phone and logged into Tez's account again. His face immediately showed a look of surprise. Fuck, this account has almost 200,000 followers. Am I going to explode? Although he had thought of it, he suddenly had so many followers. This was called the account. Oh my god, there are so many photos of animals here. Oh my god, did you see it? This is a huge turtle. It's taller than a little girl. People who follow Zhou interacted with him after seeing the pictures on it. I also saw 3 pictures of dogs that looked like lions. Those guys looked cute. I didn't expect to see pictures of them chasing prey. It was really great. When I first saw them as a child, they looked very childish. I didn't expect that they would become much more powerful as I grew up. Is this person Zhou? He looks so handsome. I didn't expect that he is actually a billionaire. Oh my god, I wish I could marry him. Zhou, if you see it, please send me a private message. I'm waiting for you. A woman posted a hot photo on it and left a message to Zhou below. There were also a lot of nonsense and chats in it. Zhou just took a casual look. Although he was a little excited to be followed by so many people, it was just like that. After seeing too much, especially seeing a lot of malicious comments, his mood became bad, no matter how good it was. It is really difficult for people to not be happy with things or sad with themselves. At least Zhou couldn't do it, so after watching some, he was too lazy to watch. Then I opened the website and browsed it, and immediately saw a headline news. Apple's youngest board member appears. Yesterday, our reporter found a large number of upper-class people gathered in the Sky Ranch in Mariposa County. Because it is a private territory, our reporter did not go in for an interview, but when the guests came out, he interviewed Apple executive Steve Jobs. He confirmed that Zhou is indeed Apple's newest board member and the youngest board member in recent years. Her Facebook public information shows that she is only 23 years old in recent years. Arsenal has a Chinese shareholder. Sports report American billionaire Zhou, a member of Apple's board of directors and Facebook's board of directors, owns 10% of Arsenal shares. In other words, Arsenal or the Premier League has a new Chinese shareholder. Paris Hilton is suspected of having an affair with the newly rich Zhou. Zhou browsed through the articles one by one and found that there were all kinds of articles, some reliable and some not. After reading so many, he knew that he was really famous this time. Girls' Generation Dormitory Building, Seoul, South Korea. Rowney, Annie, come and see. There is news about Op. Yuna sat in front of the computer and said to Sunny, who was still playing games. What Op? I'm playing games, the last few levels, and there are so many announcements recently, I haven't had enough fun yet. Sunny complained. Yuna, what are you looking at? You're shouting so loudly. Yua was making a facial mask and was scared by this crazy girl. Yeah, crazy Lin, what's wrong with you today? Are you thinking about love now? Please, you are a young girl now, please be quiet. Kim Hyo-yeon immediately started to add insult to injury behind her back. Ah, Hyo-yeon, even you want to bully me, huh? Yoon looked at Kim Hyo-yeon gloomily for a year, and then her eyes suddenly turned, as if she was a mouse that stole lamp oil, and smiled at Kim Hyo-yeon. Her whole body suddenly felt cold, and Kim Hyo-yeon looked at her. What do you want to do? I tell you not to be perverted, I will not be polite. As she said that, she clenched her little fist and gestured to her, but it looked a little guilty. Annie, you really don't want to know that Op. Yuna's face was smiling cunningly like a little fox. That's Jessie Op. What? Jess Op? Sunny immediately dropped the game controller, whoosh, stood up, and looked at Yuna with surprise. Yua heard it, and didn't even care about the mask, and immediately turned over and stood up. What Jess Op? Fast update pure text. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 414 Miscellaneous. Zhou Jixi, who was at home at night, felt that he was quite impressive for being on the front page, but after reading some comments that affected his mood, he was too lazy to read them anymore. He went directly into the space to practice boxing and exercise his body to vent his unhappiness. Fuck, they say that people have their mouths on them, and it's their business what they want to say, but why do I want to deal with these guys so badly? Damn. Fuck. Zhou Jixi muttered unhappily and punched the big tree in front of him, and then, damn, it hurts so much. I haven't become a Superman after practicing for so long. As expected, I can only beat people, and I can't get angry with familiar people. Zhou Jixi nurtured the big tree in the space for a while, and now it is at least the size of one person hugging it. And it grows in the space, so it is denser than the ordinary trees outside. This tree is the ironwood, which has large and fragrant flowers, and is a good nectar plant. The fresh flowers can be distilled into ironwood flower essential oil, which is a colorless and transparent liquid. Ironwood flower oil is a natural fragrance raw material, and can be used as a fragrance raw material for cosmetics or daily chemicals. In addition, the wound on the ironwood trunk can ooze out fragrant resin, which is also a natural fragrance raw material. The ironwood seed kernel is rich in oil, with an oil yield of up to 79%. Its seed oil is a necessary vegetable oil for the Buddhist lamps lit by the day people in Zhishuangbana, Fulian Buddha. It can be regarded as a very practical tree. Zhou Jixi also read the introduction of precious trees on Baidu, so he brought this thing over to plant a few of them. Moreover, this thing can be used as medicine, which is what he needs. Of course, Baidu has seen all of them, and he also got a copy of other rare trees. Anyway, this tree is also a major producer in the space. It can provide a lot more aura than plants can. The more the foster mother tree can absorb, the more aura it can exhale. The slower the tree grows, the better. The slower it grows, the more aura it can supply. After some research, I thought of planting this, but there are not many trees at present. The main reason is that they take up too much space. It is impossible to cut them down in a short time. Isn't this standing in the toilet without pooping? No, it does poop, but it also takes up space. I'm getting off topic. Zhou Jixi looked at the tree in front of him with a depressed look on his face. This thing is really good. He quickly ran to the river of vitality to soak. He was so depressed now. After soaking, he went out and lay on the bed to sleep. The next morning, when Zhou Jixi woke up, he found that he had woken up late for a rare time. Fortunately, he was in a good mood. He shook his head and didn't go to the bathroom. He ran directly into the space to call the goblins, to release green light, to help clean up his personal hygiene. After standing there for a while, the green light was placed on his body. Zhou Jixi opened his closed eyes and cleared his eye mucus. Then he opened his mouth and cleaned the bacteria in his teeth and mouth. The green light enveloped his entire head. He habitually moved his head to the left and then to the right, as if he could clean out the earwax. However, even if he stood still, he could clean that thing. These were just habitual movements. After finishing his personal hygiene, Zhou Jixi went down to exercise. Now that he has a space, he doesn't have to worry about sleep. The time difference is different. If he really wants to sleep in, he can go directly into the space to rest. There are also so many things to replenish vitality and energy. He doesn't always want to sleep like in his previous life. In the morning in the restaurant, the old lady ate a few mouthfuls of rice and then said, "Jess, have you read the recent news?" Zhou Jixi looked at her with a bit of deceit, and after taking a few mouthfuls of rice, he said, "Yes, I saw it. Did you see it too, master? The newspapers have been talking about you in the last few minutes. How could I not see it?" He picked up a newspaper next to him and gave it to him. Zhou Jixi took it and took a look. It was a Chinese newspaper in California, and the audience was mostly Chinese. The latest rising Chinese rich man in California. He knew it was about him when he saw this title. After reading it carefully, fortunately, the article did not say anything bad about him, but only listed some of his known assets, commented on his optimistic investment in Apple and Facebook, and deeply praised his excellent investment vision. Oh, it's well written. This editor has vision. Zhou Jixi put down the newspaper and said to the old lady with a smile, "This is just a picture that says good things. I think you have seen the bad things too. You have been exposed now. No matter whether they say good things or bad things in the future, it is impossible to stop. You don't have to care too much, but you should be more balanced. The old lady looked at Zhao Jixi and talked to him in a methodical manner. Zhao Jixi was a little moved when he heard it. After listening to the old lady's words, he spoke, "Don't worry, master, your apprentice is very strong inside. These things will not have much impact on me. Okay, you understand it yourself. I won't say more, old lady." The old lady nodded and said. After breakfast, Zhao Jixi called Harvey. "Harvey, have you found the people I want you to find?" "Boss, the headhunting company has sent a list of several people. I wanted to send it to you later. I didn't expect that you would be so concerned about this matter today," Harvey said helplessly on the phone. Zhao Jixi obviously understood that he usually took things slow, but now he suddenly became anxious, which made Harvey feel a little strange. "I have some investments recently. Of course I want to find someone to do it quickly. Now my think tank is like a pile of loose sand, and I need someone to unify it. Please send me the information quickly, and I will go to San Francisco to interview these people in 2 days." "Okay, boss," Harvey answered neatly, and then talked about the company's banking issues. Harvey talked about Zhao Jixi's recent headlines. "Okay Harvey, you help me find someone now, and then help me make a plan for the acquisition of the BNA team, that is, the Golden State Warriors, in which I have shares, to see what I need to do to get it. Of course, you should discuss this matter with the people in the team first, and after I hire an investment consultant, I will give it to him," Zhao Jixi said. Harvey was surprised when he heard this. "Boss, do you want to buy the Golden State Warriors? I have this idea, but I may not have enough money now. Recently, the old man wants to sell the team, but the Golden State Warriors has a deep influence in the San Francisco area. And there are many Chinese immigrants in the San Francisco area, although the team's performance is average. But if I, as a Chinese, can buy it, my influence in the San Francisco area and even in California will be greatly improved." This is also what Zhao Jixi had thought of a long time ago. He has become a public figure anyway, so let's deepen his influence, although the team's performance is really bad because of the current boss. But it still has a deep influence in the local area, which is what he needs. Harvey listened to Zhao Jixi's words and nodded in agreement. "Okay, boss, I will sort out the legal issues first. When your investment consultant is in place, this plan will be handed over to him. It's also a good opportunity to see how capable this person is. Just as I thought. Okay, that's it. I have something else to do," Zhao Jixi said and hung up the phone. After waiting for a while, then he called back a few people who called yesterday to have a conversation. However, all 3 companies hope that he can come to the company in the near future to hold a press conference. Today, some media have begun to block the door in front of the company. Zhao Jixi had to say that he would go to the company when he was free in the next few days. Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg and Andy were relieved. After putting down the phone, Zhao Jixi went to the first floor. Yesterday, because he promised to accompany the 2 children, he was supposed to talk to Atwood, so this matter was postponed to today. He just came down, and the nanny came over. "Boss, Mr. Atwood is here to see you." "Well, I know," he said, and looked at his watch. "I didn't expect him to come so quickly. Mary, please make 2 cups of coffee for us, and send them to the living room. Oh, and use the coffee beans I took out last time." Mary nodded. "Okay, boss." When he came to the living room, he saw Atwood sitting on the sofa with documents. "Hi, old man." "Hello, boss." Atwood stood up and said, "Sit down, we need to talk. It was supposed to be yesterday's work, but I pushed it to today. I'm so sorry," Zhao Jixi said to him with a smile, then sat next to him, took out a box of medicinal cigarettes, and handed him one. Then he lit the cigarette and said, "But I feel that, since I can't be a great boss, I will try to be a qualified father." "Boss, you have done a good job. Since you took over, although we didn't make much profit at the beginning, the projects we did have great potential. I believe that, as long as there is a year, I will make more profits," Atwood said to Zhao Jixi confidently. "Moreover, our farm now has a long-term gold mine. As long as we grasp the watermelons in our hands, I believe that we can get more than 100 million returns every year." Zhao Jixi nodded after hearing what he said, and then Mary just made coffee and came over with a plate. The two took the coffee handed over by the nanny and said to her separately, "Thank you, Mary. You're welcome. This is my job." Chapter 415. The two took the coffee from the nanny and said to her, "Thank you, Mary. You're welcome. This is my job." Zhou and Atwood sat in the living room. The children and pets were sensible and didn't run over to make trouble. This also allowed them to have a good talk without worrying about being disturbed by them. As soon as he sat down, Atwood couldn't wait to say, "Boss, this watermelon auction is really beyond our expectations. I didn't expect that the watermelons would actually be auctioned to them at an average price of $200. This is the first auction held, and the guests are also willing to lower the price within this range." Zhou nodded and said, "I know this too, but we can get this price, which is already very generous. The second and third auctions will probably not rise too high. It is still possible next year." Hearing Zhou's certainty, Atwood was a little confused. "Boss, why is that?" Zhou smiled. He wanted to pretend to be a fool, but he thought better of it. He just looked at Atwood and said, "I have decided to hold a large event every year at this time, to invite wealthy politicians to come and gather. The other 2 times are for people who are interested in buying watermelons and those who want to wrestle them. Of course, if other people want, they can also come to take pictures, but the number will not be too large." Atwood's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he cheered for Zhou's idea in his heart. If his idea can really be realized, the farm's future popularity and exposure will definitely increase greatly. In this capitalist society, everything that is related to celebrities, wealthy people and politicians will attract much attention. It is easy to imagine how high it will be, and some people who can't get to this level will also try their best to be able to attend this party, hoping to get a ticket to hear. Another point is that it can increase the boss's influence in California. Now Zhou is a member of the board of directors of Apple, a very influential multinational company. Even the people of Madbosa County and county government have to be more polite to him. Not only for the money in Zhou's hands and his ability to invest in the local area to create many jobs for them, but also as a clear party supporter. Zhou still has a little advantage in this regard, which makes these people dare not offend him at will. If it is a Democrat, then you must have a good relationship with him, and you can ask him for help in the future, whether it is canvassing or doing anything else. And if it is a Republican, even if you don't have a good relationship, you never want to have a big conflict with him, lest it be said that it is a blow to the party. In the United States, it is basically not easy to get along with this reputation. Another benefit of holding such an event is that these guests come to the farm and eat the wonderful food here. I believe they will be impressed. This has a good publicity channel for the follow-up plan of the farm. So Atwood quickly said, "Boss, your idea is really great. In my mind now, I'm thinking about this plan and how to cooperate with the farm to make follow-up plans. Maximize this value." "Oh, old man, what did you think of? Can you tell me?" Zhou asked with a little surprise. "The food here is very delicious. I believe that all the rich people who have eaten here will have an impression of it. Whether it is the chef's craftsmanship or the cooking skills, these are actually easy to say. Our advantage in ingredients cannot be denied by anything else." Atwood said to her eagerly, "Well, this is indeed true. The ingredients of our farm are really great." Zhou nodded and said to him affirmatively, "And what I thought about is whether we can open our own direct operated Western restaurant and create a chain brand and sell the best and most first class ingredients in the farm in this chain of Western restaurants. In addition to the reputation of our farm among these upper class people, it is not difficult to imagine that this business will not be too bad." Atwood briefly told Zhou about the plan. Zhou pondered for a while. Atwood's plan was a bit similar to what he had thought about before, and he had also thought about this. However, at that time, there was no large output on the farm, so the business was left unfinished. After eating the buns made by the old lady, he thought of opening a fast food chain focusing on buns. It is similar to the Panda Express in the United States, but the taste of their own ingredients is definitely much better than that, and the nutrition is also much better than this. This is why Zhou believes that his fast food buns can have a place in North America. He has asked Zhou to help find a manager. He has now opened a headhunting company. Although it is small, the short-term development is indeed very good. Zhou is also very optimistic about him to do this business. This kid is not incompetent, but his efforts in poaching are really not covered. Seeing that the steamed bun shop has started, and Atwood has now proposed to open a chain of Western restaurants, he thought about it and realized that this thing can really be done. This also made him a little entangled now, whether to do high-end first or the current low-end. Of course, this is talking about the difference in price. In fact, there must be a difference in ingredients. Although they are all from the same farm, the quality and difference are also important. Otherwise, people spend so much money just to eat the food that you can buy in the steamed bun shop for a few dollars. Old buddy. After Zhou pondered for a while, he slowly said, your idea is good. It can fully play the advantages of our farm and master the core competitiveness of our farm, which can reduce the competitive pressure from our peers. Plus the main products are different, which will eliminate another batch of competitors for us. There is also no need to worry that the chef of the restaurant will suddenly quit, or that competitors will poach them. As long as the ingredients are in hand, it doesn't matter if these people are poached. There will be more chefs to fill in later. Then boss, do you agree with my plan? Atwood said to Zhou a little happily, but a little melancholy. Haha. Zhou smiled first. Well, your plan is very good. I think this plan can make money, so this investment is acceptable. It seems that we can find a time to make it completely appear in front of us. Oh my god, this is really... Atwood stood up a little excitedly, and even some of his sentences were a little incoherent. This is really great. It's no wonder that he was so excited. You know, when the previous owner of this farm, Old Man Bud, was here, he didn't expect the farm to have any output at all. He just wanted to make a little money every year. He didn't want to invest anything in it unless the county government was willing to sell the land. Atwood estimated that, if the price was right, he would definitely buy it. Guarding such a farm, he almost felt that he was going to die helplessly. With such a small amount of funds, it is really not a simple matter to expand the number of farmed animals on the farm, not to mention expanding any business outside, except buying forage and hay. Since we are talking about this, then old man, we have to have a good talk. This is related to many things in the future. Zhou motioned Atwood to sit down first, and he began to say again, I was planning to open a restaurant earlier. Wow, boss, it seems that our ideas are so close at some points. Atwood said to Zhou. Zhou felt a few beads of sweat falling from his face, and then sweat came down. The old man's words really sounded a bit gay. Even if he, Zhou, didn't need to contribute his chrysanthemum, he wouldn't feel much better. No, our ideas are a little different. He quickly denied. Your plan is to go for a high-end Western restaurant, and I want to do a combination of Chinese and Western, or a fast food chain with Chinese food as the main focus. Then Chinese food is the main food? Atwood asked. I plan to sell various buns as the main product, Zhou said. Wow, buns. I remember. Is it the kind of buns made by Ms. Yang? Atwood asked hurriedly, looking at him with all kinds of spirit in his eyes, as if he had seen a beautiful woman from a distance, staring at her all the time. Zhou nodded. What was he about to say just now? Atwood said, Ms. Yang's buns taste really great. I still remember the last time I ate them. The taste was really delicious and my mouth was watering. Thank you for your compliment. I think my master will be very happy to hear that you have such a high evaluation of her food. Zhou smiled and said to him, this is the fact, but I just said it now. Atwood replied. Zhou smiled and continued to say to him, my original plan was the same, but I planned to increase the planting of some things so that they can supply the sales of fast food restaurants in the future. It's just that the output value of the farm was too low before. Now this problem has been solved a lot. The amount of food on the farm has increased a lot. Zhou said happily. Chapter 416 Let's call me brother. Atwood smiled happily when he left. Zhou had already agreed to his expansion plan. However, the person in charge of the restaurant still needs to be found. He himself knows that he is not suitable to be the manager of that restaurant. But it is okay to be one of the managers. Zhou has already agreed to this aspect. At that time, he will take the position of director, mainly to see how the restaurant uses the ingredients of the farm. Another thing is to consider the species that the farm needs to plant in the future according to the needs. Zhou walked out with the coffee. This thing tastes really good. It tastes much better than the catfess's coffee he has drunk. Of course, this also needs to take into account people with different appetites. Maybe some people like that taste. He has now decided to sell this coffee in this Western restaurant, but it must be limited. And it can only be bought in the store, not takeaway. Of course, if the customer wants to take it away, this can still be agreed, but it is limited. After all, the origin of this thing is really hard to explain. Even he now says that a friend who grows coffee beans brought it to him. If he hadn't invested a lot of money in it, people would not be willing to give it to him. However, the production is really small. Although it can be run as a feature, it is impossible to sell it openly. Although Atwood wants to have more, to make this Western restaurant more influential, he has no choice without the supply. He can't ask his boss to drink less and sell the rest. You know, he knows his boss and eats whatever he likes. I think the coffee tastes so good, he must drink a lot every day. Zhou rested on the recliner for a while and ran over with a mobile phone. Zhou gently stroked its head. What a good boy. Here is this for you to eat. He took out a big peach and gave it to it. Seiya took the peach and sat down next to it happily and ate it. Ah, Seiya, you bad guy. Xianshan said loudly. Niu also quickly followed and said, yes, you are a bad guy. Zhou looked at the two of them a little puzzled. I heard the phone ring first. It was obviously me. Ah, that peach is mine. Xianshan looked angry and pouted at Seiya. Niu stood by and supported her sister. Yes, my sister is right. Seeing this, Seiya immediately took a bite of the peach and ran away from the side. While there was still some distance between them, the two little girls looked at each other quickly and Niu said in a big sister style, chase. Seiya, you stinky monkey, don't run. Come back soon. Come back soon. Xianshan also shouted while running. Zhou watched this farce that lasted no more than 30 seconds in English, and it was over in less than a moment. While the phone was still ringing, he quickly picked it up. Hey, Sonny, why did you think of calling Op? Op, I usually call you. Okay. You said that I don't care about you at all. Sonny said in a greasy voice with an unwilling tone. Zhou sat and laughed heartily. Op, you are so bad. Okay, Op, stop laughing. How is Sonny doing in Korea recently? Jay Chow restrained his smile, but his voice was still smiling as he spoke to her. There are a lot of announcements recently. It's so hard. Sonny said to him a little aggrieved. Oh, really? You see, right? I've told you, this job is very hard. Op feels bad seeing you like this, so I told you, come and help Op. Op won't treat you unfairly. Besides, you don't need to know anything, just keep an eye on the people in the company. Op will have more companies in the future, and there will always be some trustworthy people to look after them. Plus, I seldom interfere in the company's affairs, so it's very valuable for you to be a pair of eyes over there. And you can also strengthen your self-study and improve yourself in your spare time. By then, as long as you have the ability and do some substantive work, everything will be a natural outcome. Let me tell you, our two families are old friends, and your mother, my aunt, is also very good to me. You want me to face your aunt and uncle like this in the future? Let me tell you again. Sunny's face was really red at this time. It was Yuna who was wandering around, and she went to make a phone call just now. Yuna next to him also joined in the fun, and so did several girls in the dormitory. Knowing that he had a deep relationship with the rich man in the news, they also started to make trouble. If she wanted to ask about Justin Bieber, she asked Sunny to use the speakerphone. Sunny couldn't handle the 8 people's words, so she had no choice but to use the speakerphone to make the call, as she was still a little vain. Unexpectedly, at the beginning, what Zhou said made several people around look at her with strange eyes. Not sure if she saw it wrong or what. She also found that Yu's eyes were a little bit wrong, but it was only for a moment, and she didn't think much about it. After all, she herself hadn't even started yet. But she didn't expect Zhou to become more and more verbose as he spoke. He started to talk a lot of things one after another. Sunny wanted to pick up the phone, but seeing the murderous eyes of several people, she could only pray that Zhou would not say anything exciting. Z, this is too much. They are actually trying to steal our girl's generation girl right in front of us. As the leader of the little ghosts, Tian clenched her fist and said in a low voice with an unhappy look on her face, Annie, Jessie Op doesn't know that we are listening to. Yuna next to her said to Tian, yeah. The others also echoed. Although they were a little unhappy with Zhou behavior, they all envied Sunny to death. Who let her have a good brother. He loved his sister and arranged her life path. At the worst, she could be a shareholder representative of a company in the future, which is equivalent to a senior director of a company in Korea. The benefits brought by this identity are self-evident. Look at the directors in SM Company. They can think of the authority of this position in their heads, and this is just the worst consideration. Maybe they can become executive directors in the future. Master this part of the power within the company. This is really unimaginably advanced for these Korean idol artists. There are really not many artists in Korea who can get to this level. They can't guarantee that they can definitely get to that level. For example, Bo has been famous since she was a child, and Kangta, a senior in the company, is also a famous producer. He is not at the same level as idols. Although celebrities are very glamorous, who knows the sadness behind it? People in this industry will have difficulty getting married in the future. It's not that it's hard to find a partner, but it's really difficult to find a rich person. For idols who are used to being taken care of, being poor is really a big test. Sunny's face became redder and redder as she listened, and she was almost embarrassed to look at the sisters around her. But Jay Chou was still talking at this time. After thinking about it, she quickly said, Op, I know. Don't say it anymore. What do you mean, don't say it anymore? I'm your brother, you girl. I'm not saying it for your own good. Z. Really? Jay Chou said a little angrily. I'm sorry, Op, but you really can't say anymore. I was on speakerphone just now. Sunny saw that Jay Chou was a little angry and his mind was a little panicked, so she hurriedly explained. What? You were on speakerphone? Jay Chou said to the phone with a sullen face. He could almost imagine that several young and beautiful girls around the phone were listening to his nagging just now, and he actually went to poach their players in person. Jay Chou looked up at the sky. Although it was still bright, why did he feel that the sky was a little dark now? Sunny, you screwed up so badly. Jay Chou said depressedly to the phone. I'm sorry, Op. Sunny also said a little aggrieved. But before the little ghost leader Tian spoke, Ye spoke first for some reason. Jessop, you are so unfair. Why did you only poach Sunny? I'm so sad. Yeah, Op just thought that only Sunny answered the phone, so I was a little subjective. But when I called you, didn't I also tell you that if you want to work with Op, you are always welcome to come? Really, Op doesn't lie casually. Zhou was very frank and sincere when he spoke. Ye's mood suddenly improved a lot, but she couldn't show her expression at this time. But the other few looked at her at this time, and their expressions meant that you still have a private contact with him. Only Yuna was the one who was crazy about it. She immediately shouted, Op, there's me too. Take me with you. Zhou was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately remembered that he seemed to know only 3 members of this group. Excluding the 2 mentioned above, this one must be Yuna. Yuna, as expected, you are all here. Really, you didn't even say hello to me just now. After hearing this, Tian immediately looked at the other girls and did a move they usually made before shouting slogans. The tacit understanding of the few people was already very good, and they shouted subconsciously, hello, seniors, we are girls' generation. I'm the Captain Tian, I'm Jessica, I'm Sunny, I'm Tiffany, I'm Kim Hyo-yeon, I'm Ye, I'm Choi Soo-young, I'm Yuna, and I'm Sia Hyun. Jay Chou was a little slow to react. The busy tone of the phone they were listening to for a while, and then he said, you are so polite, don't call me seniors, Sunny, Ye, Yuna, etc. all call me Op, you can call me that too. Yes, Op. Several people answered at the same time. As for Jay Chou's mood at the moment, he could only say that whoever tries it will know, it feels really good. He PS. Zhou yayo. I've always wanted to say a few words of thanks. Really. Every time I see you guys silently vote for me and give me rewards. Zhou yayo's heart is really very grateful. My condition has been a bit bad recently. It is inevitable that I have too many social engagements during the Chinese New Year, so the update is a bit slow. But seeing that everyone still supports me, my heart is really warm. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Fast update pure text chapter 417. Poaching. Zhou chatted with the girls for a while, but the 9 girls were chattering so much that there was really no time for him to interrupt. Usually, they could only ask questions, and Zhou would answer. And the phone calls he was listening to were usually noisy. Justin, does she really not like wearing underwear? After asking for a long time, Kim Hye-in seemed to have been struggling with this question for a long time, and finally asked it directly. But after she finished speaking, the sisters around her looked at her. You are a 10-year-old, we are girls, how can you ask such a question? It's really embarrassing. The leader Tien looked at her with a blushing face and said, yes, you are really a 10-year-old, really? It's over. Our girls' generation's image in front of Zhou is ruined. Yes, Op will think we are bad girls. Hye-in also said, but with that anxious expression, it seems that she really took this matter seriously and didn't see that these sisters were joking at all. You can just pretend you didn't hear what I just said. Why don't you choose to temporarily lose your sexual memory? Sunny began to act coquettishly towards Zhou. Yes, Zhou, but does Justin really not like wearing underwear? Yuna just responded, but asked the question in her heart again. Yuna. Zhou was helpless and put the phone away to avoid hurting his eardrums with their voices. The screams of these women are really sharp. After waiting for a while, he heard the noise of playfulness on the other end of the phone decrease, and then he said that Justin usually wears underwear, but this kid likes to sleep naked. Next time you come to my place, I will invite him. At night, you can go and verify it yourself. Silence. The voice on the other end suddenly disappeared. What's wrong? He couldn't help but wonder. At this time, several girls in the girls' generation dormitory looked at each other with red faces. As the oldest, Zuzan burst out first. I said that Op would think we were bad girls. Look, Op even let us go into a man's room at night to peek. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sweat. What's wrong with this girl? How come she didn't know I was joking? She is really not a cute child at all. The other girls could only look at the child in silence. Sunny said to the phone helplessly, you are joking with us again. Be careful, then the 9 of us will go to find you together. Okay, kids, Op has to stop joking about this. When I think of the 9 of you, no, 9 people, running to me and nagging, I can't stand this level of torture. You still say it. Yuna heard Zhao Jixi joking with them, and immediately said unwillingly. Zhou had a strange conversation with the 9 girls. It was just a pity for Justin. In the minds of the girls, he was probably a boy who liked to sleep naked. The 10 people talked on the phone for more than an hour until the manager of girls' generation came to the dormitory to inform them that there was a temporary notice. They hung up the phone reluctantly. Their concert? If you have time, go and see it. These girls are quite fun. Zhou smiled and talked to himself. He spent the afternoon at home with his daughter to prevent her from feeling lonely, or to say that he was not a competent father, although in fact, he was not a very competent father. The old men should be here soon. He thought of this in his spare time. Sometimes his daughter would miss her grandfather, and Zhou also felt that taking the old man over would be good for his daughter's growth. The next day, Zhou had to go out and set off directly to San Francisco with Atwood. However, it was not for the 2 companies, but for the steamed bun shop that he had been thinking about. There was also the Western restaurant that Atwood mentioned. He would find the management first. Atwood's was easy. He just needed to buy an existing restaurant, find a good location, and find a good restaurant manager. There would be no need to worry about the shortage of high quality waiters. He would first use the people who were originally in the store, and then recruit a group of people with work experience outside, mainly to train employees for the next store. Fast food restaurants were a bit more troublesome. He probably had to poach people. The store manager was easy, but brand operation needed a good hand. According to his idea, it would be best to poach people from McDonald's or KFC to be his brand marketing officer, but his store, which had just started, might not be looked down upon by others. Then he could only poach people from some small fast food restaurants. First of all, among the people he contacted through Zhou, there was a person from Panda Express, which was also a well-known fast food restaurant that combined Chinese and Western element in the United States. He directly became his primary target for poaching. At the San Francisco airport, Zhou was wearing a slightly casual suit, and Atwood next to him was also wearing a formal suit, a white shirt inside, or thin suit outerwear, and dark suit pants with casual leather shoes on the lower body. What caught Zhou's attention was that the old man looked quite tasteful when he was dressed up. I guess he was also a handsome guy when he was young. There were several people following the two of them, including Maisie, who had quit her job as a nanny and would officially become her assistant. There was also a team of 5 bodyguards, led by security consultant Zhou and 5 tall and strong bodyguards in black and white. Several people were dressed in uniform, wearing thin black suits, so that they would not look stuffy here in California. Zhou looked at the bodyguards following behind him with a little pride. It was really good to have someone following him on this trip, especially when he was the center of these people. This feeling was even better. It was just that Atwood looked a little uncomfortable. It was fine when he was on the plane, but when he got off the plane, they became the focus. The old man was a little uncomfortable being seen by others. "Old man, why are you embarrassed to be seen by beautiful women?" Zhou said to him jokingly. "Of course not, but boss, don't you think it's a bit strange to have so many people following us?" Zhou was a little puzzled. Didn't old man but hire bodyguards before? Of course, but there were not so many. At most, there were only 1 or 2 people following behind, and those people were not so conspicuous and tall. Atwood said. Zhou looked at the group of people behind him thoughtfully and nodded with a no sound. "But I think my configuration is very good, very safe, isn't it?" Atwood could only say what Zhou said. The bodyguards proudly puffed out their chest muscles, and some even jokingly shook their chests at Atwood. "Look at my muscles and size, only the boss can appreciate it." Zhou patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go, old man, you will get used to it after a while, it's not a big deal, we still have things to do." The few of them walked outside, and Andy from the game company was waiting for him outside. His game company has made a lot of money recently. Zhou also thought that he would come to San Francisco quite often in the future, so he asked Andy to buy 2 more cars for him to travel. However, he didn't spend enough money from the company, so he paid for it personally. The car is still the Raptor F650 that Zhou likes, tall and mighty, and easy to sit. The dealer who sold the car took a modified version. One is more comfortable, which is his temporary car, and the other one has more functions and space, and is more spacious for bodyguards to sit. But there is one thing in common, that is, they are all equipped with anti-glass and thickened materials, which is more than enough for protection. "Boss, welcome." Andy quickly walked up to Zhou and said, "Haha. The air in the city is not as good as the farm, but the colorful city life is pretty good. It's nice to come and see it when you have time. Andy, you've been doing a great job recently." Zhou smiled and greeted him. "It's all thanks to you, boss. Without your creativity, we wouldn't have been able to make such a popular game." Andy didn't say this to flatter, because it was all true. "Haha. Even though that's the case, it's because of you that the game can make so much money." Zhou patted his shoulder and continued, "I've read the report you sent recently. The investment in advertising can be increased a little. I don't care about this little investment. Your main thing now is to make our game image deeply rooted in people's hearts, which can make us more famous. Like I told you last time, Angry Birds can be made into a brand to operate. I have decided to use this brand to make a clothing brand. The main style is fashionable and casual, youthful, and energetic. I believe that, as long as our brand is deeply rooted in people's hearts, it will not be a problem for this clothing brand to become popular." Andy looked at the secretary who was sketching Zhou words next to him, and he felt relieved when he saw that she was taking notes seriously. His boss always gave advice from time to time. Sometimes he thought he hadn't said it, even though he had said it. Sometimes he thought he had said some good ideas, but he didn't implement them. He was simple now, just wrote them down, and then he would follow the rules, and believe that the boss wouldn't say anything. Well, don't worry, boss. We still have the authorization for clothing. Now we just find some OEM factories to make them. And we only make some hoodies and sweatshirts. And they sell well. Andy nodded and said, update fast pure text chapter 418, gaming company matters. Seeing that he still had time, Zhou went to inspect the game company first. He had established this company himself. Although he handed over the management rights to Andy and other senior staff in the end, the development plan until now was mostly implemented according to what he had formulated at that time, and only a few inappropriate things were corrected. After arriving at the game company, Zhou obviously found that there were a lot more people in the company, and he didn't recognize many people's faces. He said to Andy, who was beside him, "It seems that our company has developed really well. We have added so many employees. Next time, we have to ask the government to reward us for helping them solve a lot of employment problems." Boss, this is just the beginning. We are always recruiting new employees. With the operation of Fruit Swordsman, Angry Bads has also started sales. There are already 400 or 500 direct staff members in these two groups. The next group will optimize and upgrade the product and create different versions of the game. The number of people in this group may have to be expanded. Andy said to Zhou. Yeah. Andy nodded, and Zhou said happily, these are all good things. These two games have been put into operation. When our other games mature, the number of people in the company will be much larger. Zhou can almost imagine that after the games he came up with ideas for are well operated, it will not be a problem for the company to have more than 1,000 people. That's for sure, boss. Now the leaders of several groups have applied to me, but most of them are on the Angry Birds side. Their team leader plans to make a few more branch games as you proposed last time. They will still be based on the birds as the prototype, hoping to create a profit for the company and make the image of the birds deeply rooted in people's hearts. Andy explained. Zhou nodded. This is what you have to arrange. Everything is based on the interests of the company. There can't be too much favoritism between the several groups. Arrangements should be made based on the needs of each group. Anyway, there are so many unemployed people now, and there are also many bankrupt small studios. If you think it's possible, just buy them in bulk. Maybe those small studios will have some good ideas. Don't worry, boss. We have recently incorporated to larger studios, and their ideas are very good. There are also some small studios, and the ideas of these people are also very novel. Andy said. That's good. Don't be afraid to spend money. Anyway, we will try to make some games in the early stage, and these will not cost much money. If one of them becomes popular, it is possible to bring us 1,000 times the return. I don't plan to withdraw funds from the company in the near future, so don't worry. Zhou patted his shoulder and said. Andy looked at Zhou with a little excitement. Thank you, boss. It's nothing. This company is also my hard work. Besides, I'm not short of money now. I want to see if we can become a new miracle, Zhou said. In the previous life, the original company of Angry Bads could reach a market value of $1 billion with just one game. His current company has so many game ideas, so much capital investment, and advertising. There are also mature marketing talents. Compared with that company, it is not a starting point at all. Andy, the EO of the company, is a very good sales talent. The brand marketing within the company has been formulated from the beginning, and the brand marketing officer has been hired a long time ago. Now it seems that she is doing well. Andy, who came from sales, cooperates well. Zhou has also reported these to him. Now the Angry Bads team has begun to ask the company to set up comics, animation, and TV series departments according to the plan, seize the potential of the game, and strive to develop the value of the game to the limit. However, all these must be approved by him, which is also one of the purposes of his coming to the company. Zhou was thinking about the company's affairs, and suddenly asked Andy, "Oh, how is the establishment of overseas branches going recently?" In the early days of the company, we followed your decision and started to establish overseas branches. Now there are 24 branches that have been successfully operated, and the main income comes from game image licensing and advertising placement. Andy said. Zhou was walking and chatting with Andy about some company matters. Zhou, with her legal team, also came over quickly. Now that the company has developed, there are more things about game image licensing, and some other things. She used to be a commander without troops, but now she has a group of troops under her. Boss, welcome to you. Zhou said. Haha. Sister G, you have worked hard. Zhou gave him a hug and said, I just troubled you with the farm. You haven't rested for 2 days, and you are busy in the game company again. I feel like I'm too capitalist. Zhou smiled and patted his shoulder. You only know it now. What did you do before? Recently, even Mike has no time to meet with me. I thought the job of a legal consultant was quite simple. Who knew you had set up so many branches abroad? Recently, just reading those legal documents has made my head hurt so much. Well, Sister G, I just asked you to help keep an eye on it in the company. You can just hire more people to do this. There is no need to do it yourself. Zhou was obviously talking without any pain in his waist. Zhou rolled his eyes at him and twisted his arm. Try it. A lot of people are busy working overtime. If you don't set an example as a leader, how can I be so obedient in the future? That's not right. I remember that Harvey would just throw things to the assistant lawyers to do, even if they worked overtime. I never saw him help. He also said that this is the meaning of paying him wages, otherwise wouldn't his US dollars be wasted. Zhou brought up a typical example to talk to Zhou. Okay, I will try to learn from him next time, but I think I still need to learn Harvey's mentality. For the time being, I still have to work harder. Zhou frowned slightly, thinking that he could not do it like Harvey. She has her own way. People with different personalities will treat their work in different ways. Zhou shrugged his shoulders and said, well, this is your job. You have your own way. I won't butt in. But if there are not enough people, then hire more. I think with the current profit of the game company, this salary is more than enough. After Zhou finished speaking, the people in the legal team immediately became happy. If more people came, it would reduce a lot of their workload. This means that they don't need to stay up late to work overtime, but some people don't think so. This is a new company. Although the development prospects are considerable, the uncertainty in the future is still quite strong. A lot of people are coming. If some of the company's businesses suffer setbacks in the future, the more people there are, the greater the crisis of layoffs they will face. But this is a happy moment. These people who have just found a good job don't want to ruin the atmosphere at this time. As they were talking, Zhou remembered something. When he just came to the company, he ordered some drinks and desserts from the nearby dessert shop. Now they were delivered, so Zhou began to help distribute them. Although this is just a small thing, at least it can make many new employees remember him. He, Zhou, is the big boss of this company. After distributing snacks, several senior executives of the game company entered the conference room. Atwood temporarily separated from Zhou. He had to first understand the situation of high-end restaurants in San Francisco. Originally, he wanted to open the first store in Los Angeles or New York. However, the farm is close to San Francisco and opening a store is not too expensive, so Zhou said that he would open one in San Francisco first. His influence in the San Francisco area is obviously greater than in other places. The guests who requested to come to the farm accounted for 1/3 of the local San Francisco customers, so he obviously had more advantages here. As for Los Angeles, they could open them together. In this part of California, he is now a well-known person, and the food tastes very good. He believes that the restaurant can completely open the pockets of those rich people. Although Atwood didn't need a bodyguard, Zhou felt that he had enough people on his side, so he insisted on sending one to him, saying that it would be more prestigious during the inspection. At least there was a bodyguard following him, and he was obviously not an ordinary person. Atwood couldn't get away from Zhou, so he agreed to take a bodyguard with him, and Owl's people also went with him, so that everyone could be familiar with the situation. After the arrangements were made, Zhou also inspected the company to see the current progress of each game and the plans for new games. He casually browsed through all of these. He picked one or two of the recently acquired small studios to take a look. These people are still working on concepts and trying to make some games. However, he seemed to be quite familiar with some of the games. Maybe he had played them in his previous life, but he didn't know whether they were fun or not. He couldn't remember it. He didn't disturb these people. Now the big warehouse has been divided into different areas. The two groups that have already been operating have occupied the big positions. The other groups that are still working have the middle positions, and those who have concepts and design ideas and have been approved have only some small positions. Andy has now bought the position next to it. Now a new warehouse of similar size has been built. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 419 Game Revenue. This place is intended to be used by these teams when more games are released. The company is now very profitable, and Zhou does not withdraw cash from the company, saying that he wants to invest all the profits into the company. With money in hand, he has done a thorough job of recruiting people and expanding the territory. From what Zhou has seen, there are several teams with only a few people. Zhou nodded and was very satisfied with Andy's approach. If the company wants to develop, it cannot rely on his creativity alone, but also needs many people to handle these things. If a company wants to develop healthily, it cannot rely on only one person. He has now found a way out for the company in the future, which is worthy of praise. What are these? Zhou asked casually when he came to a group of small working groups. The company treats these groups very well and gives them money when they ask for it. There is no rush. As long as you can make a trial game during the contract period and have a good concept, you can continue to inject capital into this game group to expand. Of course, these people hope to make the game as soon as possible so that they can share the profits with the company earlier. They have signed contracts early on, but the copyright and subsequent development belong to the company. Otherwise, there is no such good thing. You have to pay for it. Andy glanced at the person in charge of the group and said, "This is the boss of the company, Mr. Zhou, the chairman of the company." After listening to his introduction, the young man looked at the Asian boss. "You are really young." This thought flashed through his mind, but he still greeted Zhou and said, "Hello, boss. I'm Salah, from Montana." What Andy was about to say just now, he gave Zhou a press. "It's okay, just call it this, although this makes me feel like a villain, haha." The people around him also laughed. Zhou didn't care, looking at this person and then said, Mr. Salah, can you introduce the concept of your game?" "Okay, boss." Salah nodded and said, "Most of our current games are one-time paid games, and the free Android games that the company has been making recently, although they are all free, but the embedded ads on them are really a bit annoying to me when I play them." As he said that, Andy was a little embarrassed. Although the Android game's advertising was proposed by Zhou, he remembered that the boss said that it should be done cleanly. Recently, when he was playing, he seemed to feel that there were too many, but who told him to pay more money. Zhou turned his head to look at Andy, then looked at him again, motioning for this person to continue. "Then what do you think?" Salah smiled and said, "One thing I think of is that games that are charged for free are actually very common on PC platforms, but they are relatively rare on mobile platforms." Zhou listened to his speech and nodded continuously. What this kid said really made sense. In his previous life, he usually played games for free, but it was charged. If you want to have fun, you have to pay for props. Yes, it is the money charged for props. The money spent on just playing a game is more than the money spent on a one-time buy out of the game. But at least he has never spent any money. Anyway, there is a cracked version, but that thing is not as fun to play as the genuine version after all. But who told him to be a *** fan? If he has more money, he doesn't mind spending a little, right? Zhou looked at this person and nodded, feeling very satisfied with his proposal and suggestion. "You said it very well. What game do you plan to make? The game that is a bit similar to The Sims now?" "Yes, boss, I think this kind of game is the most likely to make people invest US dollars, and it is a continuous investment, which can fully maximize the profit of our company." Salah said affirmatively. Well, very thoughtful. Jackie Zhou patted him on the shoulder and then chatted with him for a few more words and then took the people to inspect the game group. After taking a general look inside the company, he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. He really didn't expect that Andy and other senior executives could achieve what they are now. He originally planned to sell the game company in a year or two and then directly get more than $1 billion in cash to invest in other things. But now it seems that the game does not make up for the loss. This company is now a hen that lays golden eggs. As long as he keeps it, it will continue to make profits for him. After a circle, everyone sat down in the conference room. After finally coming to the company, he still had to hold a meeting. But Andy started to report the company's profitability first. This was not only said to JC Zhou, but also to explain to the senior executives what the profitability was. These people had no idea yet. Boss, we are now successfully operating 2 games. This is the profit table of Fruit Swordsman and Angry Birds. And as secretary began to distribute documents to the company's senior management in the conference room, Zhou Jixi had already taken a copy. He opened it and looked at it casually, flipped through a few pages, and nodded with satisfaction. Although these 2 games have not reached the prosperity of the games in the last few years of the previous life, with a daily income of more than 400,000 or 500,000 US dollars, it is not bad now. After all, the years are different and the profit points are different. These differences are also reasonable. Fruit Swordsman was released earlier, and now the monthly profit exceeds 1 million US dollars. This is only on iOS. There is still a lot of advertising income on Android. In addition to the money from licensing icons, it is more than 3 million a month. The other game Angry Birds is also very good in terms of profit. Although it was released later than Fruit Swordsman, it must be said that it is much better than Fruit Swordsman in terms of profit. Zhou Jixi looked at the subsequent development, and the means of animation and comics have not yet been put into use. Once these game images are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, they will start to release them immediately and carry out another round of money-grabbing activities. However, these things are also their business, so Zhou Jixi doesn't have to care about them all the time. Looking at the documents, he nodded with satisfaction. Well, Andy, you did a good job, at least better than I thought. That's what I should do. The plan you left behind is perfect, and we just slightly modified it. I really don't have any credit for the success of these 2 games. Andy didn't have to be modest, but Zhou Jixi had arranged this aspect at the beginning, but he was responsible for it later. I'm very happy that you said that, but after all, the plan is for you to execute. I'm just a planner. Zhou Jixi waved his arm at this point, indicating that he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. After a 2-hour meeting in the game company, Zhou Jixi was ready to leave the company. However, there was a temporary job, and he was still considering whether to go or not. It was also a media interview for the person who could create such outstanding 2 game ideas. Some media called the company and wanted to interview him. This matter was related to the big boss, so Andy asked Zhou Jixi. Originally, he liked this kind of limelight, but it seems that there are quite a lot of things to do, and Andy's secretary said that this person is a middle-aged man, so Zhou Jixi has no chance at all. When a beautiful reporter comes to interview, she will tell him, "Boss, do you want me to record this interview for you?" As Zhou Jixi's current assistant, Mizi asked him. Zhou Jixi shook his head in the car and said, "Forget it, I won't go. You don't have to record it. Call Andy's secretary later and tell them that I won't go. Let them arrange it themselves." "Okay, boss." Mizi nodded and said. Zhou Jixi couldn't help but glance at her big breasts, which were really spectacular. Now she was wearing a small suit with the bottom buttoned up, and when she sat down, the figure of the white rabbit in the middle was more prominent. Originally, I didn't see too much when I was at home, and Zhou Jixi didn't feel anything at that time. Now I don't know if it's because Mizi was wearing a professional suit or acting as his personal assistant, that is, the role of secretary, and other reasons. He actually wanted to be a little distracted. It's really unreasonable. You eat the grass next door. Are you still a man? Zhou Jixi secretly condemned himself in his mind. It's just that I want to eat the grass next door, and I want to do it because I'm a man. Besides, isn't there a saying that goes, it's a secretary's job again, nothing to do secretary. This is cool doing it with a life mood. Isn't this just a fantasy in the previous life? Zhao Jixi began to have wild thoughts in his mind. Boss. Mizi looked at Zhao Jixi, who was still in a daze, and called softly and gently, as if she was afraid of disturbing him, and called carefully. Ah. What's wrong? Zhao Jixi suddenly realized, then woke up, and looked up and asked. But this time he almost bumped into Mizi's face, but fortunately there was a little distance, that is, the nose touched, which also made him think what a smooth skin. Mizi was startled at first, and then stepped back a little, but her face blushed. But she didn't say anything, and quickly explained to Zhao Jixi, we have arrived at the hotel. Mr. Dahl's people just came over, and said that Mr. Dahl has been waiting for you upstairs for a while. Oh. Zhao Jixi said, as if nothing had happened. Looking at his expression, Mizi couldn't help but feel sad. Sure enough, the boss has never paid attention to me. That girl doesn't have spring in her heart, especially for a young and promising man like Zhao Jixi, who is also handsome and romantic, even though he has a daughter and a girlfriend with whom he has no confirmed relationship. Chapter 420, Headhunter Dahl. However, this is not a problem for the girl, but Miko also knows that the possibility of her and Zhao Jixi is too low. Since she followed Zhao Jixi, this man has never made any small moves towards her. Even if he needs it, he will find a cool girl. If it were in the past, having such a boss would certainly be a good thing, but with this boss, and a boss she has a crush on, it is obviously not a good thing. She is familiar with Chinese culture, and knows a phrase, that is, rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. Sometimes Miko wonders if the boss has always abided by this principle. Miko should leave. Why are you still in a daze? Zhao Jixi, who had already got off the car, shouted to the assistant who was still in a daze in the car. What's wrong with this girl today? She's dawdling for so long. Hey, sorry boss. I'm really sorry. Miko got out of the car quickly and bowed. The redness on her face not only did not fade, but now it became even more wine red. Looking at it makes people want to take a bite. Others don't know, but Zhao Jixi really wants to. As soon as he walked into the hotel, the manager at the front desk rushed over to greet Zhao Jixi. He was also an old customer. He came to the Four Seasons Hotel every time. He had actually received several managers in this branch once. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Dahl has reserved a room for you. Here is the doorman card. Zhao Jixi nodded and took the card she handed over. This woman was really familiar. Every time he came here, he would always be attracted by this hot manager, but she had reminded him last time that she was already married and told her not to have any ideas. But this time Zhao Jixi took a closer look, and it seemed that he didn't wear a ring on his left finger. This made him excited, and he moved a little closer to her. Avina, can I invite you to have a cup of coffee? The woman smiled and looked at Zhao Jixi, and said very professionally, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, I'm still at work. Oh. Zhao Jixi nodded with a little disappointment. But I change shifts at 8 o'clock in the evening. I think I may be free at that time. Avina whispered to Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi immediately smiled and nodded at her without saying much. By the way, he handed over a business card to save the other party from not being able to contact him at that time. Originally, he wanted the woman to pass the note herself, but this mature beauty obviously didn't do this now. If Zhao Jixi wanted to sleep with her, he could only take the initiative himself. Speaking of this woman, he has been thinking about it for a long time. Unfortunately, she was married at that time. Now she should be divorced, right? The capitalist marriage in the United States is really unreliable. I still have to be careful in the future. With a smile on his face, Zhao Jixi came to the floor where Dale was. Dale was waiting outside as soon as the elevator opened. Hi, my dear friend. I didn't expect you to come out to pick me up. Thank you so much, Zhao Jixi said, and gave him a hug happily. Haha. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and I just wanted to go down to see what was going on, but I didn't expect you to come out immediately. Dar also explained with a smile. Zhao Jixi patted Dar on the back a few times, then let him go, and then explained to him, I'm so sorry, because of some accidents, I was a little late. It doesn't matter. Da also looked at his watch. At least you are not late, but I thought you would arrive early, so I was a little hurried. After that, he was about to take Zhao Jixi in. Let's go in first, buddy. The lady next to you is probably a little anxious waiting, he said and pointed to the woman on his right. Zhao Jixi originally thought they were together, but he didn't expect them to be not in the same group. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, I really wasted your time. He quickly apologized to the very elegant woman, and then asked a bodyguard and Miko who were still in the elevator to come out quickly. He also made room for the woman to go in. It's okay, Mr. Zhou. I think it's luck that we met. The woman's temperament was very capable. Although she looked to be in her 30s, she did not look old. Instead, she had an indescribable taste, a bit like the temperament of the fashion editor in The Devil Wears Prada that Jay Chou had seen in his previous life. Her words made Jay Chou a little confused. This woman seems to know me, but I don't think I know her. Did I do that to her at some point? No way. My taste should not be that strong, right? Jay Chou was thinking about it in his mind, and even brought up his lower body life. This misunderstanding made his head bigger. Although this woman had a good temperament, she was just average in appearance. She looked like she was in her 30s, but that was just an appearance. She was probably almost 40. And I don't know if this woman did it on purpose or what, but she directly got a woman with 2 white hairs. This old woman level woman. If he really went to bed with her, he would probably have a psychological trauma in the future. Dale was also a little strange to take care of this woman. This face seemed a little familiar, but he just couldn't remember it for a while. Especially when he knew what kind of character this guy next to him was, he instinctively went in that direction. This appetite is really extraordinary. I've only seen people in their 30s, and this one seems to be 40, right? Sure enough, the 2 people can stand out from a bunch of friends and become friends. There is really something in common. Otherwise, the relationship would not be so close. Zhao Jixi shook off the absurd thoughts in his mind and looked at the woman in front of him seriously. After a moment of silence, he said, well, hello, lady. It seems that you seem to know me, but I don't have much influence on you. May I ask who you are? The woman smiled sweetly, although the smile was a little dry, but who can say that she has this temperament? It seems that I have been presumptuous, Mr. Zhou, and forgot to introduce myself. I'm Elsa Rivana. I'm currently working as an investment consultant. If nothing unexpected happens, I may become your investment consultant. Elsa Rivana? Jackie Zhou muttered, and immediately remembered a personal financial advisor that Harvey and David introduced to him. That person seemed to be called Elsa Rivana. Could it be this person in front of me? Didn't we plan to meet tomorrow? Why is she here today too? Although there were still questions in his mind, he decided to say hello first. Hello, Ms. Ivana. I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems that we are quite destined to meet. Jixi Zhou stretched out his hand and shook hands with her. That's not a coincidence. After I asked Harvey, he arranged for me to live here first. I just came from the UK. Elsa Ivana explained. Well, ma'am, you obviously came very quickly, but it seems that we can't talk about anything today. Jixi Zhou looked at Dal who was still waiting for him and could only say this to her first. The woman smiled and said, it doesn't matter. We agreed to meet tomorrow. Then she smiled at Jixi Zhou and said, then let's see you tomorrow. It seems that I have delayed you for a lot of things. Yes, ma'am. Zhao Jixi made a gesture of invitation and waited for the woman to walk in and close the elevator door. Then he said to Dal with a little apology, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect to meet him now, and it delayed a lot of time. It doesn't matter, let's go in now. Dal said after looking at the time. He didn't ask who this person was. If he wanted to say something, Zhao Jixi would tell him, and if Zhao Jixi didn't say it, he'd better not ask more. This is the investment consultant who came to interview me. Now he looks quite professional. Zhao Jixi explained softly. Oh. Dal nodded in response. It seems to be different from what I imagined. I said that his taste would not be so strong. Fortunately that is not true. Several people walked in, and there were already several people waiting for them in the room. When they saw several people coming, they all stood up. These people were from Dale's company, and Zhao Jixi nodded to them. Dale introduced the main assistants, and Zhao casually got to know them. The secretary brought coffee and drinks, and Zhao sat on the sofa. Dale sat opposite him, and his assistant Miko sat next to him. Security consultant Zhou stood behind him. The other bodyguards were diligently dispersed at key points to protect Zhao safety and monitor whether there was any crisis outside. "Jess, you look a lot more professional now," Dale said with emotion. "Professional?" Zhao wondered for a moment, and then he suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean that being a rich man is also a profession? Haha. But if so," he looked around and said, "then I do look good now." The two chatted about some light topics first, and then saw that the time and atmosphere were about right. Dole motioned to the secretary to take a few files. He handed them to Zhao in a row and said, "These are the people I found for you. They all have more than 5 years of work experience, and 2 of them have more than 10 years of work experience. They have made significant contributions to the original company. According to the investigation of the internal personnel I bribed, the files of these people are the most authentic." He handed over another document. "I also have a private detective's report here. You can take a look at it." Zhao looked at Dal in surprise, and after looking at it again and again, he said, "Man, you look really professional. Even a private detective was invited out, which is really admirable." Dal smiled and said, "This is a must, otherwise how can I be worthy of your fee, and this complete file is necessary. A person's moral character is often disguised in daily life. Moreover, family happiness is closely related to work status. As your headhunter, I have to be responsible for you. Update quickly. Pure text. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.